Happy Friday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you are tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. The other giveaway we'll be doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So if you are interested in participating in that as well, I wish you luck. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I'll be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to find those full readings, you can find them over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find them over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find them as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. But before we begin, first and foremost, most important question, scale of 1 to 10, how are we doing today? There are no wrong answers. I want to bring this back up. We're going to talk a little bit about this here. One of the things we need to recognize and identify with this new moon, this full moon, it kind of feels, the full moon that feels like a new moon, but it does kind of feel like that, right? I wouldn't be surprised if you felt like this full moon, it felt a bit like a new moon, because the thing you need to effectively recognize is, and I was talking about this yesterday, Gemini full moons can sometimes, they can be triggering, but they can also be energetically affirming. And the one thing that they can often bring forth is the space of being able to recognize how much we have changed, right? Those observations or those understandings of being able to see the path work in relationality to, and one has described this, it can be coming through in many different ways. It doesn't just have to be like the space of outside appearances, but I like the best way it's been coming through to me is when we think about the idea of around thought, right? The idea of being able to kind of move around something and understand it into the expanse by which one is able to effectively identify or articulate or move towards something in a way that helps you to define or build upon the better shape of it. And sometimes we have a hard time doing this, right? And this is often what we talk about too in relationality to working into the context of the self. I would not be surprised if this full moon brings out the modality of having to either face others' misconceptions of the self or working to resolve others' misconceptions within the self, of the self. And the reason we see that is when we're working through Gemini energy is often one that is very dynamic. And we love this about Geminis, right? They can move back and forth between things very quickly. But often, and I also like to point out that one of the challenging spaces that Geminis often have to navigate is needing to slow down their own thought processes. That's why if you ever see like 2 Geminis talking, you're like, it's like, what's going on? It's a lot of that. But the ability to kind of move through something quickly is also the ability to slow it down. It's the ability to effectively move through something in a way that one is able to effectively articulate and identify like what one is trying to do in the modality of moving quickly. And I like this type of energy for that. But I would not be, but the one thing I will stress about it is it can create feelings of, it can create over internalization of self-consciousness. Like that's the most important thing I need to stress about it. It can make you feel very overly self-conscious. And typically it's not the fact, I need to point this out, it's not the fact that a Gemini full moon in Sagittarius season would often do that. But we have to think a little bit about the shape and the nature of the energy that's surrounding this most recent full moon cycle, because we're going through a very, very prolonged retrograde cycle. And prolonged retrograde cycles can feel like things are not happening, or it can mess with our own perception of time. And especially given the fact that we've got Saturn that came out of the retrograde prior to Mercury, it can often feel like it feels clumsy, right? I was describing this. It's like it's not an elegant way for the planets to be coming out of retrograde. So I want you to kind of keep this in mind. I don't want you over internalizing it. I want you to make sure that you're practicing patience for yourself and compassion for the self. And I'm going to stress this again. Doesn't mean, right? Doesn't mean if someone coming towards you in a way that is untoward, like it doesn't mean that you have to be like overly compassionate, right? Because it's the understanding, and it's also a conversation in relationality to what a compassionate conversation is. Sometimes compassionate conversations are hard, you know? Sometimes compassionate conversations are often those conversations by which, and I like to point this out, the ability to have a hard conversation, or the ability to kind of work through something in such a way that one is able to articulate upon how one feels, you know, it requires the ability to be able to assess the self, or to work through the processes of what we're experiencing internally. Now, this is having a big impact depending on whether you connect to masculine, feminine, or non-binary energy. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. Now, for one of the things that we see, and I need to stress this as well, and I was pointing this out before we even came into this full moon, and we just need to be conscientious about this, because the ability for there to be miscommunications right now in relationality to feelings is very high. I'm effectively seeing the fact that we've got a lot of masculine energy that is going through a lot of inner child healing. And a lot of that is working into, I keep on seeing for a lot of the masculine energy, the message that was coming through was understanding the difference between the vulnerability that helps versus the vulnerability that hurts. And almost working through a bit of the unfairness in relationality to cycles or circumstances that often bring forth the fact that it's like an inviolability point that often I see that the masculine is working through. The frustration point that the ability to be reactive is something that can be life affirming, right? It's something that can often be seen as an energetic complement point, right? But the same experience by which we work through those modalities or experiences, that reactivity, right? The reactivity that can often work so well to help protect things, it can also break things, right? That same reactivity point, when we bring the reactivity point in the wrong places, is the same thing that we often feel the need to be able to have to amend or to heal from. And it's hard. We don't have a word for it. We should have a word. We should have a word between the dissemination point, between the vulnerability that feels like it's helpful, right? Like, ooh, like, like fast reflexes, versus that reflexive tendency that can sometimes create the space of being reactive to things by which one is not feeling actually in danger upon. And so I see that a lot of the energy of masculine doing that work to recognize and to resolve that within the self. Observation is the first space of learning. And we also understand that, like, this is why we've been seeing, like, there's a clarification point in terms of what humility means. Humility doesn't mean embarrassment. Humility means the ability to adapt and to understand that there's more to learn and to grow upon. So we see that for a lot of the energy, like that work is almost being in the space of being the perpetual student. But it's also like it's trying to resolve that within, like trying to do that work that can sometimes feel like it's a hard knot to kind of resolve through. So we see that a lot of the masculine is potentially working through that as they're communicating with counterpart. Now, that brings us to feminine. This is what I meant in relationality to the fact that there could be a lot of miscommunication that's happening right now in relationality to what energy needs. Because I'm seeing that for feminine energy, feminine is really working right now in the heart of pragmatism, doing as much as one can. And it's also, I keep on seeing that for some of the feminine energy, navigating audacity, because if these are situations or circumstances like I'm reading for, those experiences, like feminine's just coming into the observation that you could effectively or literally be doing everything for everyone at all moments. And even in the moment by which you're doing everything for everyone at all moments, there will be someone who will be upset at you for not doting upon them. Right? It's unwinnable. It's one of those situations that feel really frustrating, right? But working through, and this is why we see that for a lot of the feminine energy, that ability, the ability of the feminine to feel loved by being seen, right? Those observations or those recognitions of appreciation, right? This is often the space of feminine recognizing and calibrating for that, right? Because that calibration point, the ability to effectively feel like you're firing at all engines, and another not saying like, why aren't you giving more, but almost appreciating that capacity by which you yourself are working towards. We keep on seeing that for a lot of the feminine energy, it feels, I keep on hearing it feels affirming and it feels empowering, but also I feel like it's feminine energy that's finding the capacity to be able to articulate in a healthy way what their energetic limits are. Now, that brings us to the non-binary energy. And for non-binary energy right now, one of the things I was reading for, and this was really painful, was potentially non-binary energy navigating their own aloofness or the misconception of others to see them as energetically aloof. Because what we're effectively seeing for a lot of the energy in that modality is the fact that the ability to effectively have to navigate the world from a space of wariness. It doesn't come from a lack of care for the world, but almost the recognition about whether the world cares for the self. So we see that for a lot of the energy working through those capacities or situations, the need to be like the need to potentially hold one back to a certain extent, it's not a desire. It's not a choice. It's a necessity. And the observation that others will see, like the sound of entitlement, is the sound that others see us operating from need. And they say, why are they making that choice? That is potentially the experience of them feeling the projection of others' entitlement upon them. And we actually reading for that, I actually saw that there was a lot of counterpart energy working to resolve those energetic misconceptions. There was a lot of bridge energy that was coming through, both for non-binary energy and also for feminine energy, because that ability of basically helping another person see, and it's interesting too, because it's a caveat about not talking about partnership, right? Because it's never healthy to take our problems in relationship and bring them outside of the relationship. That can often be something that isn't necessarily affirming because it doesn't allow the space to be able to concentrate on where the work needs to be. But the ability to clear or to dispel others' preconceptions, that is the best way that we can help counterpart. So we see that for a lot of the relationships, they might even be working in that way in such a way that they're not necessarily even articulating to the counterpart. But that ability of basically, it's almost like that is the work that we often do in having a heart opening moment for counterpart connection. It's the articulation of what it is that we intend, while also to help others see each other with further clarity. Now that is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Stack. I would also like to invite you to head over to my Stack if you're interested in taking tarot classes. Our next tarot class is going to be held on Thursday, December 18th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Judgment card. If you're interested in becoming a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my Stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. And you will also, as a paid subscriber, have access to as a monthly subscriber, 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. If you become a founding member, you'll have access to over 20 hours worth of material in that archive. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive that discount on the full year's worth of readings, you'll also have the opportunity of having a one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage in your own personal practice moving forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. And you'll also have access to my Mystic Meditation articles, which will give you updates on what we've been seeing energetically. I just wrote one recently on navigating this that we just experienced. I also want to invite you to a very special tarot retreat that we'll be hosting this August. We will be traveling to Tuscany, Florence, and Rome to be able to study the tarot and the cradle by which we discovered the tarot. Anyone who participates in that retreat will also be receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me. I hope to see you there. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for a personal reading today, the list as always is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure that you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. The other giveaway that we are doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck on that as well. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. How are you doing today, Nikki? Welcome. And thank you for joining us. See, Amanda, thank you for joining us as well. Bridget, welcome. How are you doing today, Bridget? A 7. I like a 7. Okay. Amanda, how dare you? How are you doing today, dear? 10 hours straight. That's incredible. And thank you as well. You put your oh, really? I can't wait to see it. Fascinating. And BB, thank you so much for those heart me's. Excellent. Thank you for the hashtag as well, Nikki and Bridget. Thank you for joining us as well, Marilyn. Thank you for the follow. And thank you so much for the gifts, guys. It's good to see you this day. How are you doing? Thank you. You got snow. Oh my gosh, that's wonderful. Danae, thank you for getting on the list today, dear. You'll be the first person read for. And you'll also have an additional card in your reading. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the second person read for. Thank you so much, Dia, for the follow. You had a dream about snow? Oh, I'm happy to read for it. Thank you as well. Grand Rising Ella, how are you doing? And BB, thank you so much for those beautiful gifts. Hope you're having a beautiful start to your day. Thank you as well. Yes, actually, correction. I did see Coop is also on the list for today. So, Danae, you're going to have the, you'll also, one moment. Coop thank you for reminding me. 1 second, let me just confirm. Coop is first. Danae is second. And I'll give you both an additional card because that was my error. So thank you so much for helping me confirm that. As I mentioned, friends, if you'd like to get on the list right now, you'll be the third person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. As I mentioned, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. Oh, thank you so much, Nikki. I appreciate that. But before we do, we're going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. Woof! All right. I'm going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the cow. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And just a reminder, if anybody wants to get on the list right now, it's an absolute lovely time to get on the list. You will be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic guidance, dream interpretations, past life, mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, akashic, and mind body spirit. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, for instance, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or if you have a past life that you would like more information on, just put that information in the notes when you send the donation, or post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Also, if you're interested in learning more about our trip, just message me the word trip. I'll be happy to send you directly that information. If you are interested in getting a special discount code on our class program, message me the word class. And as I mentioned, if you'd like access to the disco, just send me that disco gift. I'll be happy to send you that invite as well if you are a super fan. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read. If you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anybody who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. Thank you so much, Linda, for the follow, and thank you so much, Nikki, for the hashtags. That said, let's see if I can get this thing. We're like in the pre-show. I'm having all these like a little electronical glitches that are driving me batty. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. That's like the way you have to. That's how we have to like. That's how we have to navigate this type of energy right now. It's fine. Moving on. It's okay. Oh, Bridget, I appreciate it. And thank you as well. Where did you go? You can't hear me. I know what's happening. I know what's happening. Hold on. The hamster's got to wake up. You got to give it a minute. I know what's going on. Hold on a minute. Let me see if I can fix this. I know what's going on here. Let me see if I can fix it. Can you not hear me again? We're gonna resolve this. Mm-hmm. Okay, we're gonna set that aside. I know what the issue is though, so that's good. Now I'm gone. Are we back again? Can you hear me now? 1 second. I want to make sure you guys can hear me. Yes. Okay. Cool. We're gonna put that aside. I will deal with that later. That is a later problem. 1 moment, please. All right. 1 second. All right. There we go. No better time than the present. Why don't we get? Yeah, exactly. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Friday. I'm the Great Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Friday, December 5th, 2025. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? Can I please have the first 2 cards in our 5-card spread for today? First 2 cards we are starting our day off with today are the Death card in its reversal in combination with the King of Swords in its reversal. Let's talk a little bit about it, because what we're effectively seeing right now, how do we want to, like, there's a few things we need to talk about with this. I would not be surprised if this full moon right now feels a bit like a new moon. And the reason that we're effectively seeing that has to do with the energy that's currently surrounding. We've already got the center card. Sorry, we already got the center card out. It just entered. It just fell out of the deck, and so it's already bottom. It's not. We haven't lifted it, but we're just hold on to that for a minute. That's exactly what I'm talking about, right? It's a lot of that. It's a perfect example of this energy right now, which it has to do with like working through the context of a lot of things to effectively navigate, or working into the context of working through something in a way that allows the space by which one is able to effectively articulate or define how one is trying to move forward. Now, one of the things that we see that is really important with energy like this, and I keep on pointing this out, Gemini full moon energy in Sagittarius season can do a lot of work on our own feelings of self-esteem, okay? The reason that we potentially see that, there's a few reasons for that right now. One of them, okay, I want to describe to you the energy that we're currently seeing, okay? We've got Jupiter retrograding in Cancer. which can create a lot of feelings of energetic isolation or frustration of the self. We then have, at the same time, Saturn that went station direct in Pisces. Now, the thing is, Neptune in Pisces is just fine. Saturn in Pisces can often feel like the space or place by which one feels awash with feelings, okay? And it's working through the understanding of the ability to effectively navigate the emotions in a way that feel like they're energetically productive. But it's often hard, right? Because sometimes, like I like to point out, like when Saturn activates in Pisces, so close to the meridian of Aries, it can sometimes feel like those energetic frustration points as it relates to having a lot of emotions and not necessarily knowing where one wants to put them. In the same modality that we're experiencing that, we have Mercury that is in retrograde, that is opening up, that was in retrograde, that's also opening up. But again, it's opening up with Saturn ahead of it. So it can sometimes feel like Sisyphusian efforts. It can feel like those modalities by which it feels like we're trying to do everything and we're not seeing the results of our energetic efforts. And in the same exact moment that all of that is happening, Venus is moving into Sagittarius, which can often create the ability of having distortions as it relates to overly comparing the self. So if you're feeling like this right now, I would like to remind you that it is the vibe. Everybody's feeling like that. And the ability to kind of be able to navigate and recognize that is how we can kind of work towards that feeling of energetic sustainability. I want you to make sure that you're navigating the emotions right now with a sense of proportionality to be able to communicate or articulate like what it is, like being able to convey the direction by which one is hoping to move those emotionality points to. Now, and this is the other thing that we're potentially seeing right now that can often create some moments of rigidness, because at the same time that I see all of that happening, we're also seeing that the energy themselves, like all of the energy that we were reading for yesterday, we're all in different, they're all going through, like there's a lot of energetic separation that we see right now as it relates to the emotions of the individuated energetic frequencies, right? We see a lot of the masculine energy, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to, being in that space of really wanting to have those emotional conversations. What do we see feminine right now? Feminine in the heart of pragmatism, almost like respectfully, now's not the time. You know, it's a lot of that type of energy. So like that's a lot of the work that we potentially see that could be creating even more feelings of energetic conflict. We've got non-binary energy that is working through feelings of energetic aloofness. So working through potentially a lot of hermit energy. So we've got here, right? It's disparate energy. It's discombobulated. But the ability to effectively articulate upon the discombobulation instead of feeling energetically discombobulated can often be the pathwork by which we can find better ways to communicate. Now, this is having a big impact depending on where you find yourself on the frequency cycles. And we're going to start first by talking towards a lot of those moon relationships that we see were energetically coming together at this time. Now, what is significant about a lot of those moon relationships? Those moon relationships are effectively articulated upon, and I got to admit this was happening since the time of Uranus stationing retrograde, right before the eclipse cycle that we had over the fall. These relationships are taking a very long time to come together. A lot of those relationships are only now hitting the talking phase. And why do we see that those relationships are effectively hitting the talking phase right now? Because that observation, right? These are relationships that are healing from pedestalization in past partnership, right? The modality or the experience that healthy relationship is the sustainable conveyance point of emotions, right? The emotions that effectively feel like they're there all the time. But rather, what sometimes happens with pedestalized partnership is someone either is like singing your praises or they're energetically condemning you, right? You're either up here or you're down there. And what can that often be indicative of? That can often be indicative of being the source of another person's projections, right? Because, right, it's working through the lesson and the understanding that when we're working towards healthy relationship, we never pin the potentiality on the person and person within the relationship, but rather in the direction in relationality to where the relationship will go. And that sense of proportionality, we see even now that for some of those relationships, it wasn't due to a lack of care, right? It wasn't due to a lack of care that was potentially damaging those relationships, but an observation that we are effectively the custodians in relationality to what our care feels like to be experienced, right? When we understand that, then we start to be intentional, not just intentional in the fact of being able to recognize our feelings, but also in the understanding in terms of how another receives them. And that's why we see that for a lot of these relationships, that conscientiousness, that trepidation, if you will, the trepidation they're bringing into partnership is demarcated by the fact that they have been energetically hurt before, right? By the effect of the situations or circumstances by which I keep on getting these relationships. Like I keep on getting like these relationships that it's like that they're healing from all or nothing relationships, like energy, like I keep on getting like energy that's either too close or too far away, right? It's a lot of that. So that's why we keep on seeing. And what's beautiful about this is this whole time I've been trying to figure out the prioritization point in what's bringing these relationships together. And I keep on seeing the prioritization point in these relationships is a combination of what we saw, which was effectively the temperance relationships that were occurring prior to this energetic cycle. So those were the relationships that were coming together between the time of Uranus stationing retrograde up until the solstice period this summer, in combination with, and that those temperance relationships were built upon the mutual effort that pays off in big ways, right? Everything can be done so long as the work is mutual. That was a lot of the mutuality, the proportionality in those partnerships is incredible. The energy that came before them were the magician relationships, the authenticity that acts as a beacon to find counterpart. So they were navigating the space of being able to find the relationship that allowed them to feel like they were their most authentic self. These moon relationships are the combination of both of those energetic lessons, right? When we are able to be, it's not enough, right? It's not enough to be authentic if you're not intentional, right? Your authenticity is not enough of a reason, because you can be authentically terrible. You can be authentically terrible. Like, but when we're intentional, right? When we're energetically intentional with our authenticity, we become exceptional. And so that's why we see that for a lot of these relationships, doing that work and navigating upon those phases, right? These relationships, they know themselves. I keep on getting. They know themselves. They know themselves. They know their energetic phases. And it's even the space by which they don't try to, like, they come in, they articulate upon the phase that they find themselves in. They don't project that phase onto those around the self. So for a lot of the energy doing that work, like that's why, and it was beautiful too, because if you're a tarot nerd like me and you like to see the shape of the spreads, there was effectively like a river that we were finding that was in the spread that we recently saw. But that river, the reason that river was so beautiful was because that is the energetic easement, is what we're seeing. The energetic easement in terms of like what they find in those relationships, how easy it can be with someone that is able to articulate upon how they're feeling instead of energetically projecting the feeling onto those around, outside or around the self. And it's like it's a little bit easier said than done. But that space, that is effectively why, and I keep on getting, at the same time that all of that is potentially happening, what do we have that's occurring for some of those new relationships? Energy from the past. Remember when I said they're healing from feast or famine relationships, right? Here comes a lot of those, like I wouldn't be surprised if some of those relationships are contending with energy right? And I didn't even like this is the energy that's been in solitude, potentially another person being like, oh, but we were just taking a break. But it's the space of understanding there are no breaks. There are no breaks in healthy relationship, right? There's no, you don't step out of partnership to sort something out. It's the work by which you say, like, a walk, not a week. And so for a lot of the energy, that articulation point of even recognizing experiences like that's what we keep on seeing is potentially feeling so frustrating for the relationship because it's the amplification of someone. And again, it's also the continuation of understanding the admission of feelings doesn't heal things. And we've had this happen. If this sounds familiar, this is the lesson that comes through every time Saturn, because Saturn keeps dipping back into Pisces. That's why it's so hard for those with Pisces placements every time this happens. The admission of feelings does not heal things unless the admission feelings come with directions to attach to them. Because if not, we're just divesting our emotions onto another because they feel like an energetic burden to us. That brings us to the temperance relationships. And these temperance relationships were coming together between the time of as I mentioned, Uranus in retrograde up until the solstice period that we had this summer. Center card for today's spread, it's transverse. Ooh, 10 of swords in its transverse. 10 of swords in its transverse. And what do we effectively see with that 10 of swords in its transverse? We see a lot of that energy that is effectively, and it's interesting too, because I was reading on this before, the ability to articulate to counterpart, the observation of change in the best way possible, right? And it's a continuation of the journey that we talked about, by which we never move away from our manifestation goals for counterpart, because it's the continuation of the understanding that when we say I'll do anything for you, like that can often too easily become look what I did for you, right? But rather the changes that we make in positive directions, right, that feel like they move us to our the self that we aspire for, but sometimes we cannot effectively reach within our own self, right? That's what we talk about with healthy counterpart inspiring us in the best ways possible, because it allows for that observation in relationality to how we're working to grow or to change, right? We're seeing those adaptability points, we're understanding and observing them within the self. And I keep on hearing that these are the relationships that are potentially regaling each other, right? They're regaling each other with potentially the experience of the past self, like navigating something and being like, this is what the past self would have done, but almost articulating and identifying the difference between the past and the present self. And that observation or that recollection, that ability to effectively perceive, right? Perceive the profound changes that have energetically occurred. Everything that we observe there, I keep on getting, it feels energetically beautiful. But the reason it feels energetically beautiful is because they're articulating to one another what that energetic beauty is, right? It's like they're talking to each other about how they become energetically beautified. And I keep on seeing that for a lot of those relationships, there's something I keep on getting. There's something really incredible, because I keep on seeing that it's the energy that effectively amplifies. I keep on seeing it's not the fact that they say that they would do anything for each other, but rather they say, like, it's like the energy that says they do the hardest thing, which is allowing the context of being able to reach towards their highest version of self, right? I told you, like, changing in the best way possible. Now, fourth and fifth card in our 5-card spread, we have here the 8 of Swords in its upright, in combination with the 8 of Cups in its upright. So let's talk a little bit about this energy that we're observing, because The Eight of Swords is upright with the Eight of Cups in its upright. It talks to us a lot. This is what I meant. There's auric cleansing that's happening right now for the energy deep within divine union. And the auric cleansing that we're potentially seeing that's happening for a lot of that energy deep within divine union is, and I told you, like, this is what we see with Gemini. Like, this is what we see with Gemini energy, right? Gemini energy, that effectively, the Gemini full moon energy in Sagittarius season, right? The recognition or the understanding of being able to energetically perceive something in a way that you haven't perceived it before. Those conversations or those explanations. I keep on seeing the space by which we recognize that we've reached a point of maturation is when we feel energetically comfortable, not feeling the need to dispel others of their energetic misconceptions upon us, is what I keep on seeing. Because for a lot of the energy working through those modalities or experiences, those spaces or places by which another person, like I keep on, like I remember how I said that for some of these relationships, for some of these relationships, that observation, like that adaptability point in being able to articulate to another their own feeling of energetic frustration, particularly and especially in relationality to how much they themselves have grown or changed. Everything we see in a lot of those modalities and experiences are being articulated by the energy that is able to define the fact that I keep on hearing they've been in relationship before, but they've never been centered in the relationship like they currently are. And I keep on getting, if you move towards a relationship by which you know is energetically healthy for the self, and things it starts feeling really surreal, right? That surrealness, as it were, is often the amplification point of maturation. This is why we often talk about the fact that maturing is a surreal experience, because surrealness is the experience of encountering something that you haven't encountered before. So for a lot of the energy, it's like working through energetic surrealness, but in the same space by which they're working through the surrealness, they're finding their own composure, right? They're finding their own stabilization point. And so for a lot of the energy doing that work, I keep on getting, I keep on getting these experiences by which I just keep on hearing the same thing when I read deep into that cycle, because it's a space by which they say, if they welcome a healthy conversation with another, but they don't chase after an uncomfortable confrontation, there's a lot of that energy that feels encouraged or feels energetically stabilized, specifically and particularly because they identify and recognize, like they understand. Like, I feel like it's like the energy that understands like what it means to be able to come into a state of maturity in relationality to letting go of energetic drama or something that doesn't make sense outside of partnership. So there's a lot of that energy working in that way. And it's like, I keep on getting like working through processing that, but also feeling very, very stabilized in the space by which they're working to process it. Continuing to get clarification between our Death card in its reversal in combination with our King of Swords in its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now with the Six of Pentacles in its reversal. So let's talk a little bit about the Six of Pentacles, because the Six of Pentacles in its reversal speaks specifically to us in relationality to working through the context of what feels energetically sustainable or what feels energetically viable. Now, the one thing I keep on getting with a lot of those moon relationships right now is the conversation. Like, I keep on seeing the conversation that results in the expression. I keep on getting the expression of a lot of emotionality, right? The ability to effectively convey like a robust density of emotion, right? Working through those pathworks or experiences by which we understand. And I keep on hearing the ability to recognize the emotions that we energetically resolve within versus the work that we do outside of the self. And I keep on getting that those experiences or those situations, that ability to express that, everything that we potentially see that's happening there. And I keep on, and I want to describe this like, I almost feel like some of those relationships, you know, they're witnessing, like they're witnessing an energetic cycle of the past coming back towards them. And I keep on getting, especially if they're healing from those feast and famine relationships, especially if they're healing from those experiences by which there was either a lot of something or energetically nothing, right? The ability, I keep on hearing the same lesson, which is effectively like a walk, not a week, right? The observation in being able to energetically articulate upon something in such a way that it feels energetically sustainable. And I keep on getting that for a lot of those relationships, they're like, and I want to describe this, like this is what we mean about a healing journey. Like there's some things you just can't tolerate once you're on a healing journey, and that's the energy that like I keep on getting, like almost observing, like feeling like the feeling of like the feeling of energetic frustration there, you know, the feeling of energetic frustration in relationality to how do I describe it, um the I keep like it's the same thing I keep on seeing, because I feel like there in the same moment that some of this energy is finally getting into the space by which they feel that they're moving towards their healing. It's like here comes somebody with a lot of feelings, is what we keep on seeing. And that's the observation, right? Because it's a difference between the feelings, and this is what we talk about. Feelings don't fix things, right? Our job is not to hold, it's not, our job is not to retain our emotions and say, oh, I'm saving these, like, I'm saving these emotions. No, I can't tell you about them because I might need to fix them. I might need to fix something with them later, right? Like, it's like that's not what feelings are for, right? Feelings are not glue. Feelings are the music. Feelings are the music that should be there throughout, right? It's the feelings that are the symphony. But when another person, right, when another person isn't in the space of being comfortable with their emotions, you often start to have those modalities by which it feels like the emotions are like glue, right? They're not there all the time. They're kind of like, it's like the space by which another person brings them out only in the space by which they're trying to fix something. And that often, I keep on seeing like that often can create that moment of energy. And this is what we have to recognize, right? You can't be in a space by which you say you only bring your feelings out to fix things and then be surprised that you're in a relationship that's constantly breaking, right? Because you've literally articulated the conditions by which you're going to arrive at a broken relationship, right? It's very important. This is why we talk about the ability to be in touch with our feelings is so fundamental to having a healthy relationship. Because if not, like that observation of being like, yeah, like I keep these emotions for a rainy day. Like if you say you only keep your emotions for a rainy day, like, don't be surprised if energy around you is constantly in the space by which they're in that efflusiveness, right? So that's why we see that for a lot of the energy doing that work, being able to recognize and identify like what that is. That's why I feel like the smoothness, right? They're identifying that simplicity or that energetic ease that's potentially occurring that allows something to be energetically possible. So there's a lot of pragmatism in these relationships, but I like it because it's the pragmatism that isn't It's the pragmatism that isn't energetically, like, it's the pragmatism that doesn't allow for that space of like nothing and then everything is what we keep on seeing. Continuing to get clarification between our King of Swords and its reversal in combination with our 10 our 10 of Swords in its transverse. Can I get one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now with our Judgment card in its reversal. And so the Judgment card in its reversal, what does the Judgment card in its reversal work us through? The Judgment card in its reversal recognizes and identifies, helps us to be able to navigate what it is that we are energetically working upon. And everything I keep on seeing in relationality to that, this is bringing us back to those temperance relationships. Temperance relationships right now, it's feeling, there's a lot of, I keep on describing it, there's a lot of, it's cozy energy is what I keep on getting. There's something about those temperance relationships right now that feels energetically cozy. And I keep on getting the reason that it feels energetically cozy is because how do I describe this best? That work, like that understanding or that recognition of being able to effectively articulate in relationality to working upon something. And I keep on getting the identification point on energetically working upon something in such a way that the energy is being able to articulate and recognize what it is and how they're changing for one another in the best way possible. Because everything we keep on seeing in those relationships is, I keep on seeing that for a lot of these relationships, and it has to do, I keep on getting, it has a lot to do with navigating through or working through the context of the past. I keep on getting that for a lot of those relationships, working upon those experiences of the past, but not just working upon the experiences of the past, but being able to articulate and amplify not just the past, but how much one has changed in the wake between the past and the present. I keep on seeing that for a lot of those relationships, that ability of healing from trauma, that was what I meant about Chiron and Eris. Like we're like the hard part with Chiron and Eris being in such close proximity is feeling the frustration point or working through the experience by which you're not only these are relationships that are not only experiencing the weight of the past from in the moment, but feeling doubly triggered in relationality to past counterpart, potentially having had to navigate something that feels energetically similar. And what do we see that's effectively happening there? There's a lot of that energy that works through the experience of being able to talk about the fact that when we're changing, right, when we're changing in relationship, it feels energetically joyous. It's those experiences by which we're able to amplify and articulate how energetically excited we are in the space of those changes. So for a lot of those relationships, I feel like the cozy, right, the cozy energy that I'm seeing there has to do with the ability to speak to each other so much. Like I keep on hearing like the ability to talk. I almost feel like the gift that they're receiving is the ability to talk about the past in a way that it doesn't energetically hurt as much, is what I keep on seeing. And that gift of not being, the ability to talk about the past in a way that doesn't hurt so much, is the objectivity by which they're able to observe something. And even, and I keep on hearing like that is the accomplishment point, is what I keep on seeing. The ability to look back upon the past and not feeling, I keep on hearing like not feeling emotionality, but being able to have the ability to look at something with a sense of objectivity. And I keep on getting, it's not the fact that they don't have feelings upon it, but their feelings are not reactive, right? They're observational. Continuing to get clarification between our 10 of Swords in its transverse in combination with our Eight of Cups in its upright. Can I get one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now with our Five of Swords in its upright. And what are we effectively seeing with the Five of Swords in its upright? The Five of Swords in its upright talks to us effectively about, it works us through the condition or the observation of being able to identify and recognize. And I'm going to tell you right now, there's a lot of energetic shifting that we potentially see that's happening right now. And a lot of that shifting that we see that's happening right now is the observation of the energy being able to amplify and articulate upon the like this is what's harder for the magician relationships right now. And I need to walk you guys through this, because the magician relationships, you'll recall, came together because they were able to find authenticity with one another, right? Never are we like the ability to feel like one is in a relationship where one can be one's authentic self is beautiful. And I see a lot of those relationships that are flourishing in that modality or experience. But the flourishment, I keep on getting, when you're flourishing and then you're navigating situations outside the self, when someone says, can't you go back to the past way of, like, can't you go back to the way that you used to be? Right? That's why it sounds like, I told you, they're navigating surreal experiences, because it's almost like the space by which another person says, I miss the old you. And another person saying, you mean the version of the self that wasn't flourishing? That's weird. That's disconcerting. Right? But you sometimes, this is what we often talk about with like the wildness of a maturation process. Imagine like this is what we talk about with Saturn returns. You know why Saturn returns are so wacky? It's like those modalities by which you're flourishing, and you can't help energetically flourishing because you know that it's in the direction that feels like it's best for you. And then you have those modalities by which another person goes, can you please stop flourishing in here? Your flourishing is making me a little uncomfortable. And you go, what? You go, what? No, right? It's the observation. It's the observation of understanding that working in proportionality to that, right? As long as if we're flourishing in ways that do not harm others, right? And this is what we talk about. As long as we're flourishing in ways that do not cause harm in others, and this is often the modality or experience of that, then it's the space by which we support each other in the journey of that work, right? It's the identification point in the space by which we try to effectively articulate that. But it's not easy, right? It's difficult. It's energetically hard. And I keep on seeing that the pain point, and I keep on seeing for some of the relationships, holding empathy is like, when I see the empathy here, it is literally like, it's almost like the energy that is trying to navigate a situation, and they see what's happening and they're holding trauma on it. It's like trauma is being created in that moment. But the trauma, like I keep on getting, like the trauma that's energetically created in that space is the amplification or the articulation point of working through something in such a way that it pains the self to see it, right? It's often this is what we talk about. This is why Saturn returns can sometimes feel so devastating. Because we can't navigate, when we're energetically working towards something, it's not something within our own, it's not within our own power. It's the observation of moving closer towards the self. So I feel like there's a lot of that energy, and I feel like I see that energy working through finding support in those experiences. But the hard part about it is, it's like I keep on getting, it's working through the energetic support of it, and at the same time, working, I keep on like this. We need a word for it, because it's the energy that is just experiencing trauma and transmuting it in the same instant. Like it's literally it's like I just keep on saying, like the trauma comes in and immediately transmuted. You know what I mean? Like I'm not gonna, that's what we keep on seeing there. So there's and what does that usually feel like? I'm not gonna let it get to me, right? You know what I mean? Because it's like, but why is the energy saying I'm not gonna let it get to them? If they're not saying that they're not gonna let it get to them because they're not bothered by it, but they're recognizing what is in their power, like what is in their power to energetically be bothered about, right? Like that's what's so hard about it. Continuing to get clarification, moving back to those moon relationships between these double eights, the 8 of cups and the 8 of swords in its upright. Whew, we got the 7 of wands in its upright. So the 7 of wands in its upright, 7 of wands in its upright talks to us a lot about, 7 of wands in its upright talks to us a lot about the observation or the recognition of, how do I describe this best? I feel like the moon relationships, like, look at this, like, this is what I mean. A lot of these moon relationships right now, I would not be surprised if these are circumstances or situations by which, like, I see situations where, and this is why we don't do something like this. Somebody says, like, it's over, and another person comes back and says, I was just saying that, right? And this is why we keep on hearing, like, that's what's happening. Like, they're healing from hyperbole, which is like the articulation point. Like, I keep on getting healing from hyperbole is one of the most important things that we have to do in partnership. Because when we're hyperbolic, right? When we're hyperbolic, it's often those experiences or those mentalities by which we feel a lot of amplification of emotion. And here's the thing about it. There are certain circumstances or situations that we can't help being hyperbolic about, right? There are always those modalities or experiences by which, like, a little hyperbole is often, like, is something that we carry with a bit of understanding. But the space by which I keep on hearing, the space by which we don't carry hyperbole into the emotions that we have in relationship, that observation that when we are being hyperbolic and we cannot be in a space by which we have counterpart. We can't be in a space by which we have counterpart. And we say to counterpart to trust one another, but then say, some of the things I say to you will be hyperbolic. Because that modality of having to sort through, and we don't realize how damaging or how traumatizing hyperbole can be, the ability to have to energetically sort through what another person says, like what another person means versus what they say when they are being mean, becomes the damaging point in the relationship, right? And often, and this is what we talk about healing from energetic trauma, right? Like that ability, like the ability of feeling a lot of energetic emotions, like working through those emotionalities or those energetic feelings. But then, like I keep on hearing, like the ability to feel our feels, and here's the thing about it, that we can heal things in a moment, right? It's okay to be hyperbolic when you heal them in the moment. So the moment you say something, and then we have those moments, right? You have those moments you say something, go, I didn't mean that, right? That is often even indicative of a healing moment. Because I told you that sometimes the way that we understand that healing occurs is not the fact that we stop doing something, but we start closing the gap, right? The identification point of our own energetic self-awareness or our own energetic tendencies. And so that's the way, like, I feel like for some of those relationships, if these are situations by which there was something that happened that another person took seriously, and now after a long period of time, another person says, oh, I was being hyperbolic. Another person was saying the gap is too wide, right? You don't leave someone hanging on hyperbole, is what I keep on seeing, right? Because when you're actually being hyperbolic, I keep on hearing, when you're actually being hyperbolic, you immediately compose yourself, right? Like that's what hyperbole is. Hyperbole is the ability to articulate something and then immediately snap back into it. That is actually, that's why it's called, that's why it's called hyperbolic. It's hyperbolic because it's quick. It's quick to it's quick to come back into position. Hyperbolic. So the quickness by which you say something and then you immediately pull it back. That's what hyperbole is. But there are those that will say something that they mean with complete seriousness, And then you can't have a gap of years and months and then say, oh, I didn't energetically mean that. Because that's not hyperbole, because the most important word in hyperbole is hyper. Hyper is fast. So this is what's happening. This is what's healing in these moon relationships. Clarification between the Six of Pentacles in its reversal with the Judgment card in its reversal. It's the Sun card, the clarification of what hyperbole is. So the clarification of hyperbole, you can't say you're being hyperbolic when weeks and months and years have passed, because that's not hyperbolic. Hyperbolic literally means the ability of saying something and then immediately going, I didn't mean that. Right? Like, and that's the healing, because it allows for the context by which we all say things like that. Right? We all have those moments where, like, I keep on getting, like, the pressure valve goes, but we pull it, like, the hyperbolic, like the word itself shows us the action, which is out and then pulled back in just as quickly. So that is what is happening right now, because I see some situations where someone from the past is potentially trying to come back to someone claiming that they were being hyperbolic, and another person is articulating and saying hyperbole happens in an instant. It doesn't take the span of weeks, days, months, or years. Continuing to get clarification between our Judgment card in its reversal and our Five of Swords in its upright. Can I get one card to clarify? King of Wands in its upright. King of Wands in its upright. So the modality or the experience, the modality or the experience of working through something in such a way. And this is what I keep on getting for a lot of the relationships right now. For a lot of these relationships, that are working through the experience, like the understanding or the adaptability point in relationality to working through something right now. I feel like there's something really energetically significant and important in relationality to working through the experience, the circumstance, or the situation of the relationships that are moving deeper into divine union, particularly those temperance partnerships. I feel like a lot of those temperance relationships are building into the ability to talk to one another like that. That is effectively what's happening here. Because remember, like, the ability, I keep on seeing, they are getting back into the space of being able to speak to each other hyperbolically again. And why is it? Because I keep on hearing hyperbole, like hyperbole is a gift, right? And when we're being hyperbolic, it can, I keep on hearing, like, when we're being hyperbolically playful, it often allows the understanding. Hyperbole becomes delightful when we know each other, right? Because then hyperbole becomes a gift, the ability to effectively say something because you know it'll get an energetic rise out of someone, but then immediately be like, you know what I mean? That's what I effectively see here. And so that's what's happening. And so I keep on seeing is that's what's been happening right now. The temperance relationships are being hyperbolic to each other, right? When they're identifying something in relationality to the past version of self, I feel like they're saying things in that way to get a rise out of each other, is what I keep on seeing. But I keep on getting it's energetically playful. Like they're using hyperbole in the healthy way, because I keep on getting that playfulness that we're identifying and recognizing there. I keep on hearing it's like this, the energy that says, I've earned the right to be hyperbolic because you are my symphony, is what I keep on seeing. Like, that's the energy that says, like, to one another, that gift of hyperbole that we have to one another is beautiful when we know one another, because again, it's the space by which we feel the love of another person that knows us so well that they can be very energetically hyperbolic towards us. This brings us to the energy deep within divine union, clarification between our Five of Swords in its upright and the Seven of Wands in its upright. We've got the Ace of Cups in its upright. So the Ace of Cups in its upright, sorry, apologies. It's interesting. It's in its reversal, but I said upright. And the reason I keep on, and because the thing is, like, I like to point this out sometimes, An ace of cups is an ace of cups. An ace of cups is an ace of cups. It's never bad to see an ace of cups there. But an ace of cups can sometimes be the navigating through or working, and this is what's happening right now for a lot of those magician relationships, is working through another person's efflusiveness, is what I keep on getting, right? And it's a conversation in relationality to working through or recognizing energetic fluidity. And I keep on getting that a lot of the work that we effectively see or articulate in those experiences has to do with the observation and recognition that our emotions are gifts. Our emotions are the stuff that dreams are made of. So long as we put them in the right place, is what I keep on getting. So long as we put those emotions in the right places, right? The ability to kind of move things into like what's like amazing. Like I've got all these emotions. Let me go create something incredible with them, right? Like being in a space of healthiness with emotions is not qualified by the capacity by which you have them, but the productiveness by which you put them in the right spaces is so. And you know this. You'll notice you'll sometimes meet somebody. You're like, these are not this is not the place to bring those emotions. That wrong location. I'm afraid that's not the right place for them. So I feel like for a lot of the energy, working through situations or circumstances like that, that ability, to effectively articulate. And I keep on seeing it's hard because remember when I said the that it's hyperbolic energy right now, and the hyperbolic energy that is happening for the energy deep within divine union is the observation of being quick to ascertain something that one needs to work on within the self versus something that another person needs to work on. And I keep on seeing some of those magician relationships being like, it is not my responsibility to fix another person's heart, right? Like those modalities or those experiences by which we energetically work towards things, or we work through those energetic frustration points. We work through those modalities or experiences by which we navigate energetic hardship, or we work through points of rigor. I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy, the ability to effectively feel like they're moving towards what they know is energetically best for the self, and observing situations wherein another person seems to be carrying hard feelings about it. Like that's the energy that almost articulates to counterpart how much that hurts. But they're articulating to each other how much it hurts because they're calibrating and reminding each other that they don't deserve it, right? When we're working towards our best version of self and another person holds hardship to that, right? We often feel like it's almost like that space by which it's easier to over internalize it because we wish that there was something within us that we could change to make that better. And I keep on seeing that the counterpart is like, this is the energy, the temperance energy moving into the energy moving into divine union, saying, hey, you have a right to be upset about that. It's not okay. And the observation of recognizing and identifying it, it's allowing for that sense of fortification, but I feel like it's fortifying because it's energetically affirming in the energy that's like, it's like the energy that's almost looking for something to effectively change in the process of that. And another person reaffirming to them and stating to them, they're saying, if there's something that you could change, right, I would energetically tell you, right? And almost potentially having others that are reaffirming that same work in the process, continuing to get clarification between our Sun card and the King of Wands and its upright. We've got here the Emperor in its reversal. So for a lot of the energy right now, the Emperor in its reversal, talks to us or works through circumstances and situations by which we identify and recognize. I keep on getting, how do I describe this best? The Emperor in its reversal is often the amplification or the articulation point in relationality to understanding. And I keep on seeing There's no control in healthy relationship, right? And this is often why, like when we start to heal our controlling tendencies, we start to build into healthier relationship constructs. Because and it has a lot to do, this has been coming through a lot, the difference between love and coveting, right? Because love is the space by which you feel that gift in terms of wanting to see another person grow. It's the identification point of feeling the joy of another person energetically flourishing. That is the definition of love. And that's why love is often the space by which we honor each other's choices, right? But there are those who will energetically covet things. And when we energetically covet things, we can't call it love, because coveting is usually the articulation of wanting to energetically control things, right? It's the observation of not necessarily feeling like, it's not the space by which one is trying to see how good it can be, but working through the fear of something energetically changing, right? So we see that for a lot of the energy doing that work, that identification point, that recognition of potentially, and I keep on seeing like these moon relationships, like I keep on hearing like somebody, like especially if there was something there, like I keep on getting, if there was some kind of situation where another person, like they moved away from a relationship and someone said something devastating, and now they're trying to energetically return after a long period of time and trying to articulate upon the fact that they were being hyperbolic. I keep on seeing that the energy is referring to the definition of hyperbole, which is true hyperbole is the articulation of energetically saying something and then pulling it, like moving into the space of energetically speaking upon it, right? It's the space by which we recognize and identify that. And it's not this space by often, and the hard part about that is it's not the fact that it isn't true, right? Like even in the space by which we sometimes say things that are hyperbolic, but then we don't effectively come into the space of correcting them. That's why we work to resolve that, because that is the shape of trauma forming, right? This is often why, and this is why it's so important that we work to correct this, because often, like in those moments when we're feeling energetically devastated and we say something, like the ability of another person not to realize the fact that we are articulating that modality from a place of hurt, but rather to be able to amplify and articulate to another upon the experience or circumstance or situation by which we work to energetically resolve that. I keep on seeing that for a lot of those relationships or a lot of those situations and circumstances, the ability, I keep on hearing, it's not the fact that they're not finding hyperbole in these new relationships, but the ability of the energy to immediately, like I keep on hearing, like the difference between, like I keep on seeing like the energy understands like a healthy snapping, right? Which is the space by which we have, like I keep on hearing, and it's like it's the conversation of saying like this is what we talk about, like being in a healthy relationship isn't like being a robot. It doesn't create the space by which you can't have any kind of moment or modality by which you feel energetically frustrated. But it's like it's working towards the ability of finding one's own composure just as quickly. And so I keep on seeing that this is the energy that's very aware and very intentional. And even in those modalities that the emotions get the better of them, they immediately, right? They immediately come into the modality by which they work to energetically correct upon them. Continuing to get clarification between our King of Wands and its upright in combination with our Ace of Cups in its reversal. We've got here the Four of Wands in its reversal. So the Four of Wands in its reversal speaks to us a lot about working through the energetic frustrations of, and I need to point this out, the energy that we're experiencing right now is very discombobulated. If you're experiencing that, you are not the only person going through it. Discombobulation is often what happens in the space that Saturn comes out of retrograde before Mercury. And it's very easy when things are discombobulated to get hyperbolic, is what I keep on getting. It's very easy. It's very easy when things feel discombobulated to become hyperbolic. So that ability or that recognition point in being able to recognize and identify the difference. I keep wondering, recognize and identify the force of feeling by which we work to energetically resolve something that we're feeling energetically frustrated upon, versus the ability to effectively not let something get the better, like the best of us. I keep on saying, like, allowing those spaces by which we're able to effectively be energetically intentional. And I keep on hearing, like, don't get frustrated at others' discombobulation. It's not directed to the self. Everybody's experiencing it right now. And the ability for us to effectively kind of move through something, like in the most effective way, effective way, like that's what effectively allows the possibility by which we're able to energetically resolve or work towards something in a way that feels like it's most sustainable. Final card for today's spread, between the Emperor in its reversal in combination with the Four of Wands in its reversal, we've got here the Magician in its reversal. So the Magician in its reversal, the Magician in its reversal really speaks to us of circumstances and situations by which we identify, articulate, and define what it is that we're trying to do effectively. And the thing about it, I need to kind of stress this too, particularly and especially when we are going through energetic, like I want to describe this like the space by which we're working to do something better is often most easily amplified by being able to kind of sort through what feels like energetically convoluted versus what often creates the most effective direction to get something done. And I feel like the problem with this energy right now is, I would not be surprised if you're going through a lot of if you're going through like a lot of circumstances or situations that feel unnecessarily complicated, is what I keep on getting. But I keep on seeing that adaptability point, like the ability to effectively smooth something out or smooth something over. Like I feel like there's a lot of that energy that is effectively in the point by which they're just like, and I keep on getting like the important thing about energy, like we're experiencing now, is that it can bring a lot of the feelings from the past coming back to the surface. But that ability of recognizing and identifying, like the ability to kind of observe the past and then to allow it to effectively help one find one's own energetic sense of resolve in relationality to something that you're working on doing in a better way. Like that is the nice thing about energy in the space that we find ourselves now, because that ability to effectively identify and work through something is, I keep on seeing, like it's not over internalizing, but it's also not projecting, right? it's just it's like looking and identifying what it energetically needs to get there. Bottom of the deck on this reading right now, yeah, especially with the World card. And it's interesting too, because I don't know if you noticed, but like as soon as I reached kind of the end of this reading, like I started feeling like a lot of this like tightness in the throat chakra. But like the thing you have to understand is, you know, there's something important. There's something really important that we see. And I was pointing this out, especially with this Gemini, like the Gemini energy in Sag season. It can create those modalities or those experiences by which we feel like we feel the desire to energetically compare. Comparison is an illusion, right? The ability to energetically compare things. Like, why would we ever look at something from a point of comparison? Because when we're trying to compare things, we're not working towards exceptional. And I know how hard that is. I know how hard that is in energy like we're experiencing right now. Don't let yourself get caught in some kind of like space by which you're working, either comparing, like looking at yourself now to like looking at a past version of self, or feeling like how others perceive you now versus who you know yourself to be. Because that's the only thing that we see in relationality to the energy that we're experiencing right now. If you're feeling like that, I want you to see how far you've come. All right. I don't want you getting mad at yourself in terms of how far you have to go. I want you to be working on writing down. I put this in the Mystic Meditations article, putting down your accomplishments, being able to articulate and identify what those breakthroughs are, allowing those observations to fortify the energetic direction in relationality to what you're aspiring to do. Like I keep on seeing the hard part is about this is like especially with especially with Saturn, like the timing of Saturn coming out of retrograde, you know what I mean? And that's what I meant about like sometimes like some planets coming out of retrograde are easier than others. And Saturn Saturn coming out of retrograde, like at a time like this, can often make us feel like we're way behind. So don't allow that to effectively overwhelm you. Allow it to kind of build into, like allow it to reaffirm or build into your own sense of energetic composure, particularly and especially in relationality to how you're working to do something in a bigger way, right? Don't get frustrated. Like don't get frustrated on the past. Get resolved in terms of what is energetically ahead of you. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and experiencing it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I'll never DM you. I'll never PM you. I'll never slide into your inbox and tell you I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personals today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our recent class on the Sun card. Our next class will be held on Thursday, December 18th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We'll be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Judgment card. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive if you are a monthly member. If you become a founding member, you'll have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the archive. You'll also have access to, as a founding member, the opportunity of not only having a discounted rate on the full year's worth of classes, you'll also have access to a complimentary mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I like to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. I also want to let you guys know, I also want to invite you guys personally to a special retreat that we'll be hosting this August to study the tarot in the cradle by which we've discovered the tarot was originally discovered. We will be going to Italy on August 8th through 13th to be able to do a deep dive into the tarot, but also to understand the significance of the culture at the time by which we discovered the tarot in that locationality. I hope to see you guys there. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life, and you can find more information on that over on my stack. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal, and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Nikki. You got the highest gifter, so you will be read for. You will be the third person read for today. If anybody else wants to get on the list for today, you will be the fourth person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm also going to take a few minutes to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. If you're interested in joining us, it's a great time to get on. You'll be the 4th person read for. We're doing here, Amy, thank you for getting on the list. You'll be the 4th person read for. If anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 5th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. We do here, and also if you are interested in finding out more about that trip that I mentioned, just message me the word trip. If you are interested right now in learning more, if you are a super fan who would like to be added to the super fan only disco channel, send me a disco gift. And if you would like a special discount code on the classes, though the super fans have a bigger one in the disco, you can message me the word class and I'll be happy to send you a discount code as well. Oh, that's so exciting, Bridget. I forget what snow looks like. Grand Rising, Ella, how are you doing today? And thank you guys so much for those gifts. Congratulations on winning that meeting, Nikki. Thank you. Yeah, it's my, I have to break out the sweaters because I'm always cold. So it's like today, it is a very, very cold day today. Thank you for those hashtags as well. And thank you, Linda, for the follow. Absolutely. Excellent. Thank you for sharing the live, Ella. Grand Rising, good. Yes, could be good to us today, cards. These are good cards, but I listen, I'm not surprised to see these cards on the other side of this full moon that we just navigated. And thank you, Andy, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Happy Friday, Purr. How are you doing today? And Autumn, thank you so much for those gifts. And Grand Rising Creative. I haven't seen Little Vamp in an age. And I know Kath has been busy, but I haven't seen Little Vamp in an age. It's a good question. Autumn, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Hi there, Terrence. How are you doing today? Also, very, very interesting choice, referring to yourself in the 3rd person. It's a very Gemini full moon thing for you to do. Grand Rising, Jana. And thank you, Tina, for the follow. Grand Rising, Heather. Thank you, Raf, for the follow. As always, if I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, please feel free to correct me. How are you doing today, Kiki? I hope you're having a beautiful day on the place where we keep the videos. And Grand Rising, good. Thank you for those hashtags, Nikki. Thank you. Good to see you, Team Osana. Is this resonating like heck for anyone else? Thank you, Ryan, for being here and receiving these messages. How are you doing today, Avatar? Hi there. We are all in this washing machine called life. I like that. I like that. That's nice. That's nice. And thank you so much. You're so welcome, T. I do. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Haley. Yeah, I can absolutely do that, dear. And Cool Beans, welcome. All right, friends, we are going to get started right now. The first person we are reading for today is Coop. Coop, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. If you missed the daily collective read, it'll be up later today on the place where we keep the videos. It'll also be up on the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. And also, friends, we're at 12K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. Whoop! I mean, your cards are already coming out. What's going on? We're going to keep these here. We're going to keep these here. They have a lot. The cards got a lot to say. It's okay. Okay, wonderful. We're doing a dream in the disco. How are you doing today, Lindsay? Hoping to get on the list for a reading. Oh, you did. Thank you for letting me know. And thank you for not putting the full name of the location. Lindsay, I will confirm that now. And in the meantime, before we get started, we're going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. All right, hold on a minute. All right, I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the salmon. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do it again after the next reading. And just bear with me a moment. I just need to confirm this. Hold on a minute. Okay. All right. Oh, excellent. Okay. And Lindsay, I've got you on the list as well. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 5th person read for. And before we continue right now, I'm going to pop BB up here. Guys, make sure to give BB some love. Also a very good reader. All right, where are we? Reader support. Hashtag readers supporting readers. Okay, where are we? All right, let me see here. We've got a dream interpretation. Hold on, that's not yours. We're not going to do that again. Were you here the day that I was reading the wrong dream? That was a very me thing to do. All right, there we are. Okay, one moment, please. And again, friends, if you want to get on the list right now, it's a great day to get on the list. All right. Outside. Okay, hold on. I gotta take a minute to read over this. Oh. Oof. Okay. Wow. Woof. All right, I got this. All right, we've got a dream here. This is the dream. I had a dream that me and my partner were being intimate and we forgot to close the windows. So people were driving by and could see us. And some kids saw us and it was mortifying. And also there were hidden cameras set up in the house. And I kept asking who they were for and who's watching. I also remember the next half of the dream, I was at a house and some of my family was there, which I really don't like, which particularly members that I'm not necessarily in communication with. An old dog came through the front door. And as I was trying to close the front door, but I couldn't, a bobcat runs in the door after my old dog comes in. And the bobcat starts running through the house and kept telling me, my partner, and others not to mess with it. So I end up grabbing a knife and unaliving it. And then it attacked me. I jumped on my back it was trying to bite me, but I couldn't get a clean, jumped on my back trying to bite me, but I couldn't get a clean bite because of the puffy jacket that my partner got me for my birthday. And then I woke up. I'm curious to see what this dream means. All right, we've got an extra card. Oop, there is an extra card here. Oh, wow, that's wild. So again, all 5, I need to point this out, all 5 cards came out before we even started this reading. So let's get to it. There's 2 different things that are happening in this dream. Yeah. Yeah, okay. The dream is about navigating an intimacy wound. And the intimacy wound is working through the pathwork of how we feel when we are in love and when we feel vulnerable in love, right? The problem with being in love is the fact that we feel energetically exposed all the time, right? It's the space where it's like I like to point out the shape of our love often feels like a walking vulnerability, right? It's those modalities or experiences by which we feel a lot of that vulnerability point. And the first part of the dream is effectively addressing this, because what does it feel like for you? Right? This is almost like the identification point of what it might feel like for you to be in an energetic relationship right now, right? It's feeling that exposure point in terms of the fact that, like, you know, what are you saying in the space of the dream? Everybody can see my vulnerability, right? Like, it's the identification point of the fact that love sometimes, this is why like the greats, you know, like that's why the quote is like, love makes fools of us all, because we feel that space by which we feel so energetically exposed. And so this is showing you the shape of the wound. but it's showing you the shape of the wound in relationality to how it feels to you, right? So like it's showing you like how severe it feels to be in that state, right? And what does it feel like? The windows, everybody can see, like everybody can see the windows are open, children outside, there are cameras everywhere. Who is looking, right? It's that feeling of that observational point in relationality to just feeling the space of being vulnerable all the time. And it potentially, I wouldn't be surprised if you're like, often like those experiences by which we often feel, and I want to point this out, and I think it's really important too, because the thing that we saw in this was that and it's interesting to identify that you articulated something in relationality to asking, like, who is it for? Right? Now, this is really important because this is the observation of the difference between the intimacy that we often feel like working through the intimacy wound of navigating something in a way that allows for the energetic exposure point, how we feel, versus, right, the understanding of potentially another who potentially wants to scream it from the rafters, right? Like the space by which another person potentially feels that energetic need to share it, right? So that observation, and I keep on seeing this could potentially be a modality or experience in relationality to working through the modalities and the experiences of navigating, right? And this is what we do in healthy relationship. We identify and recognize each other's comfortability in sharing, right? So that's what we see in relationality to what is effectively happening in that first experience, because you were going through that first thing, right? And the first thing you said was who, right? Not the space by which you thought that it was for another person, but immediately jumping to the conclusion, right? That effectively something was not necessarily for them. Now, this is really interesting because this is almost like bringing forth the wound in relationality, potentially healing from past trauma. Often those, often those who have been taken advantage of in love have a hard time building back into the space of intimacy because it's the space by which another person has energetically broken your trust in relationality to how you're energetically vulnerable with them. So this is effectively the articulation point of observing the depth of the wound, but also the revelation point in terms of navigating that to effectively help you through the understanding. And I keep on pointing this out, the observation point in terms, and I like to point this out because a healthy guide, right? Like a healthy guide never tells us how we should feel about something. They give us what we need in order to facilitate doing something in the best way possible. And that's what we effectively see that is occurring here. Because that modality or that experience by which you articulated the fact that you like the expression in terms of being able to see this dream and being able to communicate to another how it makes you feel in the space of feeling it, like working towards that in such a way that you're able to energetically observe like how exposed one feels in the space of love. This brings us to the second part of the dream. And what do we find in the second part of the dream? We find something that becomes energetically a response to the concern of the first question, right? Now we see here, what do we see that happens in the second part of the dream? You articulated an old pet coming through the door. And you said, as you were trying to close the door but couldn't, a bobcat ran in. And you said that after your old dog came in, and the bobcat started running through the house. Okay? Now you told your partner and the others not to mess with it. Now, one of the things that we see here is you said, and this is what we effectively identify, the space by which you're articulating that you have a dream, by which you see both the old dog coming in and the bobcat, right? The old dog, it works through the parts of the self that we know, right? The parts of the self that are energetically familiar, right? So those are the spaces by which we feel energetically comfortable versus the energy like the bobcat energy is working through like spaces or places by which in the past you didn't necessarily navigate your own shadow work properly, right? And this is the thing about it, we all have those experiences, right? We all have those modalities or those circumstances by which we weren't energetically perfect. But the beautiful thing about a healthy life is a life is one that we are always in the space by which we learn more about ourselves. So the thing about it is if we're living a healthy life, there's always a bobcat, right? Because the bobcat always comes in because it's the understanding of the space by which we have effectively energetically matured. But this is you kind of working into, like, this is actually a sign of the fact that you yourself are energetically maturing. Because there you are, you're trying to allow the old dog in, right? You're trying to make room. You're trying to go on your healing journey. You're trying to make room for the past version of self. But then there's that bobcat, right? There's that bobcat. There are those experiences that you may have had in the past that you know that you're less than proud of, right? All those modalities or those experiences by which we observe and recognize that we were not our best self. And I like to point this out, like when we're in a healthy space, we embrace our bobcat, right? When we are in a healthy space, we embrace our bobcat. We say like, yeah, yep, like that, like it's the observation and the recognition. And this is what we see, right? And this is what the dream is actually calling on you to do. Because you were sitting there, right? What was the bobcat trying to do for you in the dream space, right? They were trying to run into your arms, right? The energy was trying to say, like, I'm a part of you too. And what are you doing? You're like, no, you are not. You are not. No, you are not, right? And this is often what it feels like when we're navigating through shadow work. So the second part of the dream is you effectively working through the process of shadow work. And what is your shadow work? Your shadow work is coming through, and the appearance of your shadow work is coming through in the dream space as this symbol of the bobcat. And it's like, hug me. And you're like, no. And so you're going for it. And I need to point out what happened. But look how beautiful. Look how beautiful the guides showed you what it looks like to them. Because you said that as you were doing that, you said you started to grab your knife to unalive it, right? And then it attacked me. But I need to point this out. I need to point this out. Look at the order. Look at the order of what occurred. Look at the order of what occurred in the dream space, right? You said that the bobcat came in, right? You ended up grabbing a knife to hurt it, and then it attacked you. Pay attention to what happened in the space of the dream, right? We just talked about the identification point of working through the space by which was that animal, and you need to ask yourself in the space of the guide dream, was that animal trying to hurt you? Was that animal trying to hurt you? Or were you trying to hurt that animal? Right? Because if it came in, it just wanted you to accept it. But in the space by which you went to hurt it, it then attacked you. Who's attacking who? Who is attacking who? So in that modality by which you said that when you grabbed the knife, it then attacked you because it was protecting itself, right? And then it jumped on your back and was trying to, and I need to point this out, even the way you wrote it, I need to stress this, the way you wrote this, I don't know if you recognize how you wrote this. You said, jumped on my back, trying to bite me, but I couldn't get a clean bite. Now what's happening? Because you're becoming, right? Because you tried to attack it, you are becoming it, right? The observation, and this is what we talk about when we're not doing our shadow work effectively, even in the space of the dream, right? When we feel the energetic anxiety point and we energetically get defensive, right? We become the thing that we're effectively worried about. And even in the way by which you described the fight between you and the bobcat, you basically said you were trying to bite your own back the way you wrote it to me. So it's the guide saying, be very careful, Be very careful about what you push up against, because when another person comes towards you and you push back, right, you become the energetic force that another person articulated that you were, right? It's showing you, like, it's showing you the work of what happens when we don't do that work to kind of build into the space of shadow work integration. You then said, and this is the beautiful part though, this is the absolute beautiful part, because here you are, you're about to turn into that energy, right? Even in the space of the dream, you're transforming into it. What saved you? What saved you? The coat. The coat that your counterpart gave you. A reminder of who you are, right? The identification point of being able to find the self through the recognition, often in those moments that we feel energetically lost, the ability to remember the space in terms of what another person has given us, has garbed us with, right? Who we know ourselves to be, that is often energetically supported, not just by what we know about ourselves, but how another holds us, then holds us in turn. And then you said, and it's interesting too, because you articulated that that was the gift that they gave you. And in the modality of you having that gift, you woke up. So this is the observation of you effectively having to navigate. It's a shadow work dream. It's a shadow work dream that's effectively compounded with the intimacy wound. The hard part in terms of experiencing love, because in the space of wearing the coat of love, you feel completely exposed. You have the coat of love on, and in the space by which you carry it, it literally feels like every moment like torture, because it feels like you're constantly being, like, you're feeling that exposure point. But that same energy, right? The guides are saying, like, that's true. But what does that work do? What does that coat do? It's also the thing that reminds you and protects you, because it helps you remember who you are when those negative thoughts try to come in, those uncomfortable feelings, right? It's a question, it's like navigating, it's basically the space of navigating the discomfort of the nature of love. And then this is the thing about it, like, if you want to love well, you have to be ready to feel uncomfortable, because often in the space of being loved well, like, what's the first thing that's going to come up? Navigating all of those shadow, like all of that shadow work. Bottom of the deck on this reading, this can often happen in the space of another person who takes our intimacy and to their own advantage, right? The force of love is never one where another person takes our vulnerability and uses it against us. And often those experiences can be very, very traumatizing, right? It's wounding when another person does that, because often, and I keep on hearing the message coming through, the failure point in trust is never trust. It is never a failure point to be vulnerable with someone. Our vulnerability is a gift that we give to one another. The failure point, when we give our vulnerability to someone and they use it against us, that is them. That is discernment. That is the lesson to be learned, is not the space by which we say, I'll never be vulnerable again. It's the mortification on how another person could effectively find us in a point of vulnerability and feel those modalities by which they take energetic advantage of it. So if you're going through that, I feel like there's almost like that observation of, and I need to point this out, you said the old dog coming in, right? The old dog was accompanied by the bobcat, which is the observation of potentially the thoughts of the past self, right? The memory of something that occurred. Love is not the space by which we feel the anxiety of the past repeating itself. It's the reaffirmation of being able to understand, especially when it comes to a trust wound. We sometimes have to move right back in the same direction by which we were energetically hurt to discover the fact that we can be held there. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Okay. And guys, make sure to give BB a follow. Excellent reader as well. And thank you for letting me read for you. It was actually pretty chill until I got the knife. You see, I was actually pretty chill until I got the knife. Exactly. It was actually pretty chill until I got the knife. So that is that observation right there. Excellent. All right. Yes. Thank you guys. Absolutely. How you doing, Pauline? Mm-hmm. Yep. It actually, yeah, and that's the important thing, right? And that's what the guys want you to see, right? Who was attacking who? I'm the bobcat. Yep. Hi there, dear. How you doing, Julia? Oh, I do my best. I'm so glad that that brought light into the life experience. After hearing this, I think I'll stay single. Thank you, Per. What you don't want, you don't want to tell you don't want a bobcat attacking you. You're so welcome, BB. I hope you have a beautiful day. You're welcome, Nikki. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Danae. Danae, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. If anybody else would like to get on the list right now, you will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, fifth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Just bear with me. We're also at 18.4K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. All right, just bear with me a moment. Let's see. And we are doing another dream. Let me pull it up here for creative. Got you. All right. And before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. Also, please remember, how are you doing today, Samantha? Thank you as well. And good to see you as well, Kiki. All right, where were we? Before we continue, I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the cow. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right, where were we? And also just a reminder to anybody joining us today, if you are interested, if you are a super fan who would like access to the disco, just go ahead and send me a disco gift. If you are interested in learning more about, if you're interested in getting a discount code on our class program, message me the word class. And if you are interested in getting on the list, if you're interested in learning more about the trip, go ahead and send me the word trip, and I will send you information about the trip that we're having in August. If you'd like to get on the list for a reading today, all you need to do is send me the donation via the tree that has binks in it in my bio. We do here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, dream interpretations, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, Akashic, and mind, body, spirit. All right, I am going to pin up. We've got the dream here. Guys, make sure to give creative some love. All right, where were we? Creative. Is this inside T? Oh, outside T. Perfect. Okay. It's a weird one, but I'll try to decipher it as best as I can. It's been fading fast. Here's what I remember. My father and mother, brother, sister, and myself, I was the youngest, were all sitting at this picnic table in this secluded area with security standing at ease and coming to attention randomly. It would always shift my focus to them when they did. We were laughing and talking and enjoying time together, but you could tell this was not normal. There was an underlying awkwardness, weird pauses in conversation and studying each other as if we've never seen each other. We slipped comfortably and awkwardly into these family roles with an ease that hurt. I was the youngest, looking adoringly up to all of them, petulant, big personality, entertaining. They were all amused by my smart asides and witty comments. We are all adults at the table. My older sister, had a weight she was carrying mentally, more serious than everyone in the group. My brother fell into the middle child role. My parents were indulgent, smiling, and engaging all of us. They weren't together, but you could tell there was love there. Odd thing is, I didn't recognize any of the people except my father. As the lunch question mark came to a close, the hard questions started to surface. What happened? Do you and mom still want to be together? My mom was having surgery and they were trying to make preparations for it in code to protect me from knowing, but I insisted on knowing. They told me, and I made a mental note to check on her on Monday as the surgery was on Friday. Then I internally questioned why I never called my dad. He reaches out and tries, but I don't reciprocate. Everyone goes to leave. My sister makes study plans with my brother, and I hug my mother. And my brother comes around the corner to meet me. His family, okay, hold on a minute. Okay, so his family was a very well-known family. The secluded area and security now makes sense. My family fades off, and now it's me and him, and he's hugging me, and we're waving goodbye to his family. His dad is taking his ladies shopping, and they're boarding a flight. My brother is facing away from them, trying to protect me from the helicopter swings. So I switch our positions so we're still cuddling and can both face them as they leave. There were moments in this interaction where I was taller than him, and then he would be taller than me. A moment. After they left, I told him I needed a few moments alone to process, and he kissed my forehead and headed off to go do something. I sat down at the picnic table and I cried. There was more to this, more questions, but that's all I remember. Okay. Can I get 4 cards? Okay. So we're gonna talk a little bit about what we're seeing in this dream space because it does feel like there's a lot going on here. And it has to do effectively with family systems as it is. Um, and one of the things that we effectively identify that is potentially happening here is we're gonna start with the observation of the work that we see that is potentially happening. And this is talking about like the energetic karma point. And I need to point this out. It might not necessarily have to do directly with your immediate family, but something in relationality to how something that you're carrying, either something that they told you. I keep on getting maybe even like something that was energetically conveyed to you that you're working to kind of resolve within the self. And so we see here, we actually see that you start this dream at the moment by which trauma is forming, right? And what do we observe in the modality by which trauma is forming? You articulated that you are at a family, like in a family situation, and everything is wonderful. You've got the whole family there. Everybody is energetically joyous, okay? But you could tell that something was wrong, that there was an underlying awkwardness. And then you identified the fact that you said that your parents, and even in the space, and what happened in the modality by which there were awkwardness, everybody starts regressing, right? You identified the fact that you are starting to effectively read the room, as it were, in relationality to how everybody is doing things. And what's interesting about this is it's almost showing your own ability to effectively be able to energetically assess others, because you even define the fact that you said your older sister had a weight that they were carrying mentally. Like that is not something that they articulated. But you immediately, like you effectively immediately started going into energy work, right? You might not have picked up that you were doing it, but you're basically doing energy work in this modality because, like, the minute that you noticed that there was something awkward, what did you do? You started scanning the energy. You're like, sister, carrying something mentally, more serious than everyone in the group. Brother, falling into middle child role, right? You're going through that space, and so we notice here that there's something about you, like the observation that the guides are giving you about your own ability to potentially move into, right? When something feels energetically uncomfortable, you immediately start working to try to resolve where the uncomfortability is coming through. And then you said you recognize that you didn't recognize any of the people except your father. Now, it's really interesting. And this is where, again, I would have to ask you questions in relationality to this dream, because the space by which you articulated upon the fact that you stated that you said that that you said you didn't recognize anyone. The question that I would have for you as someone interpreting the dream is, when you say define recognize, were these the people that you thought they were to be, or did you not recognize them energetically? Because it says to me that the fact that you were that I feel like what we notice here is the fact that you said that you immediately started to everything was fine until you noticed awkwardness and you started to assess them, and then you realized that you didn't recognize them. It's almost the modality by which you said you didn't recognize them only at the moment by which you didn't recognize their energy, like the energy that they were carrying was weird, except for your father. And then you said, as for lunch, it came to a close and hard questions started to surface, right? You started having a confrontation in relationality to the fact that you articulated that your mother was about to go into surgery, and you were trying to make preparations for it to protect you from knowing. But that was you effectively picking up on the weirdness, right? So it's almost like the space by which you felt like you noticed the energetic weirdness point, being in the space of feeling the surrealness energetically, but then recognizing that the reason that you didn't recognize them is because they were all being energetically protective to you. That's why the energy felt weird, because there may have been something about that modality or experience by which it's articulated on the fact that they all knew, but you could tell something was off because nobody, like I keep on saying, like nobody was acting right. But the thing about it is, like, it's almost showing you your own ability to effectively read energy, because you knew before they told you, because you could immediately energetically assess, and you're like, what's going on? Right? Like, what's going on? Now that brings us to, so this is already showing you, like the dream itself is showing you your energetic gift, right? The dream itself is showing you the observation of your own ability to be able to effectively attenuate or read energy, because it's the space by which you knew something was wrong before they even articulated it to you. You then said you intentioned why, and you then internally questioned why you never called your, hold on, let's get back to the space. You said that there were all these things that were happening, and you made a mental note to check in terms of how things would be on the following day. You then said you never questioned the space by which you reached out. And you said they reached out and tried, but they did not reciprocate, and everybody goes to leave. And you said your sister made plans to study with your brother, but you hug your mother, and your brother comes around the corner to meet you. So those modalities or those experiences that we recognize and identify have to do with the space of being able to energetically work through things. And so even in the modality by which you noticed or you recognized the space by which you articulated upon the energy of your father, the thing that we kind of see here, and I think that this is something, I feel like this is something that you may need to kind of energetically introspect upon, because um, you identified the fact that you said you internally questioned why you never called them. But then you said they reach out and try, but you don't reciprocate, and everyone goes to leave. Now, the thing that we observe or recognize in those experiences or in those modalities is the space by which you're navigating the shifting of energetic relationships as it relates to how, like I keep on hearing, like the energy of working towards the amplification of the care of the self. Now, the thing that's really important about this is the fact that you articulated upon, and I need to stress this, you stated in the space of the dream, and I would kind of question, like I want to kind of describe the fact that there's potentially something that is being brought forth in the dream space that could be having to navigate a situation or circumstance by which you may need to kind of build upon the ability to work through or understand why there was an inability to connect with your father, right? Because you even articulated, right? And this is almost like something I like to point out, a good guide dream. A good guide dream does not tell us what to think, but it shows us how to see things. So that observational point that you articulated in relationality to recognizing or identifying, like what the energetic barrier is between the communication between you and your father. There might be something there that needs to be unpacked, but again, it's hard for me in the dream space to be able to move into that. We would often do that in a deeper, like in a deeper reading. But the thing that's important about that is you made all of these notes in terms of checking on something and returning back to it, but then you said afterwards you question yourself as to why. That is something that kind of is left on the shelf here in the dream. So you might need to explore that later. Now, the important thing is you said that at that point, your partner came around, right? And when you said that your partner came around, you described the fact that your partner was the member of a very, very prestigious family. Okay. So now we have the fact that you identified that your partner is the member of a prestigious family. And you define the fact that you are in a secluded area and the security now makes sense. And then you said that the family fades off and now it's you and them and they're hugging you and they're waving and you're waving goodbye to his family. And his family is taking people shopping and they're boarding a flight and your partner is facing away from you and trying to protect you from the helicopter winds. So you switch your positions so you're still cuddling and you can both face them as they go away. And there are moments in this interaction where you are taller than them, but then they would be taller than you. Now, one of the things that we potentially see, and you said after they left, you told him that you needed a few minutes to be able to process, and they kissed your forehead and headed off to go do something, and you sat at a picnic table and cried. And there was more to this, but more questions, and that's all you remember. So this is potentially articulating upon the energetic distance that we often feel when we start to build into relationships outside of our own family systems, right? The observation of potentially feeling not as energetically connected to something in the space by which another person had to articulate it to you. And even in the space by which you felt, like I keep on hearing, the wound that potentially occurred in those circumstances and situations wasn't happening at the space by which the news was conveyed to you. But I keep on seeing the reason that the energetic wound occurred is the fact that you recognize that that table, that everybody else had been in the space of knowing, but there had been that the whole space was one by which they were coming together to tell you about it. And so that's what's interesting because they're almost observing, like the thing that I see that you're effectively crying for in the space of the dream is the recognition point of working through circumstances or situations. It's a dream about feeling energetically disconnected. And I keep on hearing the disconnection point is the space by which others prepared to come together to tell you something instead of keeping you. I keep on hearing instead of keeping you like assessed at a moment's notice, right? So there's that modality or experience that we see that you're navigating in that bottom of the deck. And that's why I keep on seeing too the space by which you identified the changing of energetic height between you and counterpart. Like the energetic height in terms of you and counterpart can often be those modalities or experiences by which, again, they're working like the identification point in terms of you and them, like putting a lot of like putting a lot of, I keep wondering, like the space we do in relationship is one that we often have to center. Like that's you and them trying to find balance. Like, so working in terms of feeling energetically balanced and continuing to build into that. It's almost showing you the wound that you may experience when you're in relationship, where you're trying to do what you need to be able to keep a relationship balanced. That almost requires the sense by which you start to become less energetically connected to familiar connections. But that's why we see like the observation point in that is what feels healthy, because it's the observation of the maturation by which it's necessary. Like we understand that that's what's needed to facilitate. And like I feel like that's almost you in the end of the dream crying, because it's understanding that it's a necessary part of life for that energetic disconnection to occur in relationality, trying to maintain the balance in a healthy relationship, but also working through the separation that you may feel in not being as immediately in proximity to what is effectively going on in a familial perspective. Bottom of the deck on this reading, Page of Wands in its upright. Now, what's beautiful about that is the understanding, and I keep on saying this is also building into the proportionality in relationality to what creates healthy connection. Because healthy connection does not require, I keep wondering, healthy connection does not require one to work fastidiously in terms of being always the one who has to kind of reach out. It's building into, and I want you to notice that in the space by which you talked about the relationship that you were in, right? The fact that you saw that you and your partner were both getting taller or smaller, that is the proportionality by which you were energetically assessing what you needed to bring to be able to maintain a healthy relationship. So that is often like that's the wavelength. Like it's interesting because the you moving higher and smaller in the dream space is you potentially learning through counterpart connection, like that healthy give and take that facilitates a healthy connection. You don't overgive, you don't undergive, right? You build into proportionality. But the observation, I keep on seeing the observation of potentially, like, I feel like if this is something where you're looking at the past and you were saying, and I point you on, if you're looking at the past and you're saying what was happening there, you may have noticed the fact that it didn't feel so much like the energy was working towards the prioritization point of balance, but more in the space of protection. And the observation when we're building into, like when we're energetically building into protective relationship, it doesn't necessarily create as much of a balance point because we're working on navigating another person's emotions, right? So I feel like what's effectively happening in that dream space is they're showing you the difference, right? Like it's actually an energetic lesson that's happening in the dream space between the difference of an energetically protective relationship where a bunch of energy is kind of working to navigate like reactivity in some way, shape, form, or fashion versus the adaptability and trying to work into the space of like coming into what feels energetically balanced. So there's what's interesting about it is the separation that you're feeling has more to do with the recognition of the difference in, like, I keep wondering, like, the difference in relationality to potentially the space and we often feel like this when we're like from familiar situations, because familial situations, especially when we're younger, we're used to energy taking care of us, right? But the ability for us to effectively build into that sustainability, like the dream itself is kind of talking to you about like the maturation process, right? Like what it takes, like how we effectively amplify or articulate like what that means or how we better facilitate it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Danae. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm also going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. This is very, I know it was a very specific dream, but it's interesting too, because it's like it's working through, it's like it's a dream, it's like a dream on energy work that is navigating like how you're like your own receptivity to understanding like what, like I keep on hearing like and it's interesting too, because there's like a lot of attenuation points in relationality to like the balancing, like the balancing wave. I keep on getting like the balancing wavelength versus a circular one. Hi there, Arenda. Oh, excellent. If you want to have a reading on those, I'm happy to read for you. These are donation-based readings, so if you'd like to get on the list, I'm happy to read for you. Hi there, Jeannie. All right. You're so welcome, dear. All right, let's continue right now. The next person we're reading for today is Amy. Amy, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Also, friends, we're at 25.8K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. How are you doing today, dear? And also just a reminder, if you'd like to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You will be the fourth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are doing here highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic, dream interpretation, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, Akashic, and mind, body, spirit. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, you can put those in the notes in the space. You can put them in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post them in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. All right. Perfect. Hi there, dear. And also a reminder to anybody joining us today, if you would like access to our subscriber only disco, you can go ahead and put a disco GIF in the messages. If you would like to get information on the trip that we're having in August, just message me the word trip. And if you are interested in learning or getting a discount on our class program, our next class is going to be on the 18th. Just message me the word class. All right. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got our animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the salmon. All right, we'll continue right now. So the discount code is something that I send over PM over the clock app. So if you are interested in that and you're joining us on the place where we keep the videos, you can email me and I'll be happy to send it to you there. So you can just email me at Strega at the mail that starts with a G. Thank you. I know I saw that you saw that. A lot of frogs, right? Okay. Let's continue right now. I'm going to pin up Avatar. Okay. We're doing highest priority. Ooh, on counterpart visiting. Can I please get 3 cards? One moment, please. Yep. Correction, 4 cards. Thank you. 2 more. Got an extra card here. It's giving a lot of staycation energy. I'm seeing like it feels to me like there's something the one thing I'm energetic like the one thing I'm observing, particularly how do I get that like the how do I describe this? I feel like the only thing that I keep on seeing that may feel like a disparity point between you and another individual has to do with um like the relationality of plans, because I see that there's like I feel like I see a lot of plans around something is what I keep on seeing. you know there's a lot of this energy that feels very directed. It feels very much in a certain like direction. um but I feel like the thing about it is I see one person coming towards another in a space of energetic exhaustion, like just somebody being able to kind of allow the context of wanting to relax. And I feel like I almost see another individual in the space by which all they've been doing is relaxing. Like that's what I keep on seeing is going to be the difficulty point. Like it's hard when one person is looking for downtime and another person is like looking to have a time of it, is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like that is the only like that's the only space by which I see that there's something that feels energetically challenging, because I keep on seeing like the difference, like the difference in relationality to that is one person like like and I think you need to balance it, is what I keep I feel like you need to I feel like that's what you need to talk to somebody about, right? Because I see somebody who's like go 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 go, and then they're coming to see you, and they just like I see them like kind of like like they want to like kind of just relax and not do anything. Like I see like they're almost like in that space by which they're looking to have that like that quiet time. But I see another person who's just like, no, 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 like there's so much to be like, there's so much to do. There are so many things to like, there's so many things that are happening. There are so many things I want to show you. Um, I feel like, like I almost like I think you need to talk. I think you need to talk to somebody. I feel like it's gonna kind of bring up a conversation, is what I keep on seeing. I feel like and I keep on hearing like make sure that you're having uh, a healthy conversation in relationality to um and I keep like the one I like to point this out, like there's something I'm getting here, and it's coming from a guide, which is to say like I see like almost you and another person, like who gets to like I feel like I keep on hearing the word who gets to choose this time, is what I keep on getting. Like the solution, I keep on hearing the solution for that is a who gets to choose this time, which is the you chose last time in relationality to energetically what to do, is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like maybe there's something, if you're experiencing that, like the ability to have a conversation about like amplify like articulating upon the fact that I keep on hearing like we can make choices even in relationality to how we spend time with each other, right? Especially in I keep on hearing it's interesting because like I don't want to say the problem with you and another person is that you don't it's not that you don't have different love languages. You've got different leisure languages. There's no word for it. I'm just coming upon it now. You have different leisure languages. And so I keep on seeing this, like the space by which there's something that they like to do in their leisure time that isn't necessarily what you like to do in your leisure time. Because I feel like I see a lot. Like I see you like working through a lot of activation in relationality to looking at things and being um, like not wanting to waste a moment is what I keep on seeing. And I keep on seeing the problem when we have different leisure languages is is the space by which we look at how we're spending our leisure time, and we weigh it as to being precious or whether it feels like we're energetically wasting it. And so I feel like the space by which you may have to have a conversation with someone in terms of having a reciprocal choice in relationality to the leisure time you spend together is the amplification in terms of, like, I keep on hearing like that's you kind of working towards like having some kind of harmony, because I keep on seeing that it's the termination point of saying, like, I'm doing this for you because you enjoy it and I like making you happy. And then in terms and in that same way, I know that you will also do something that I enjoy that will make me happy, is what I keep on hearing. So having a conversation on the disparity of leisure languages is how we can bring balance to it, because it's a space by which we say, I'm doing this, but recognize I'm doing it because I know you enjoy it. And I would like that, and like that's a space where I would also like to have those same like those same modalities in being able to calibrate and navigate what we do that would also speak to what leisure is to you. You guys have different definitions on what leisure is. Yeah, this is look at that confirmation with the Page of Cups, right? I almost see, I feel like I keep on hearing this often happens when someone has a job that is based on in the leisure industry. Is what I just want to point that out. I often see this when I'm reading for someone whose job is literally about being like, oh, they're exhausted with being in the leisure industry because they're like they're like they don't want to go, like that's a war. They don't see it as leisure. They see it as a war zone. You know what I mean? They're like, I don't want to go back there. I just came from there. What are you, nuts? Like, it's a lot of that type of energies that I keep on seeing. So I feel like you have to help another person understand, like, the modality by which you say, like, leisure is the gift we give each other. And sometimes we don't spend the leisure the way that we would effectively in a healthy relationship, we honor each other's leisure language as well as our love language, which is often the space by which we have those modalities being like, I know it's not my thing, but I know how much it means to you. Right? So that ability of being energetically adaptable can often create the space by which we're able to understand that we're creating an experience for another, is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like it's interesting because I almost feel like there's something about you guys having some kind of conversation in that way in relation out, but I feel like it does, and I feel like that's like what's coming through is how you can have that conversation in a way that feels productive or allows for the ability to build better balance into something. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, you'll be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, being semi-lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Yeah, there was a lot of those. Very interesting. Yeah, that's common if we see each other. Yeah, different leisure language. Yeah, let's get it together and write it out first. It sounds like, I mean, I feel like, no, it's not a question about whether you'll see each other, but I think it's more of a question of what it is when you're energetically seeing one another, is what I kept on seeing. Thank you, dear. All right, the next person we're reading for right now is Lindsay. Lindsay, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 28.7K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. And also, just a reminder, hold on a minute, if you are interested, if you are a subscriber who is interested in, if you're a subscriber who's interested in joining our subscriber-only disco, go ahead and send me a disco gift. I'll be happy to send you the invite to the disco. If you are interested in learning, getting a discount code for our class program, message me the word class. And if you are interested in learning more, more about the trip that we have scheduled for August, message me the word trip. Hi, Yaz, I'm doing great today. No, we're good. Absolutely. It's actually, the funny part is I just did an energy on leisure. So like a lot of the heaviness that I was feeling was coming through that last reading. Like you came in and I was doing a reading. I was doing a reading on somebody like articulating on their exhaustion point, which is why you found me. Like I was like, you found me in that space by which I was like energetically lower, but I hadn't necessarily gotten there again. Thank you so much, Did, for becoming a subscriber over on the place where we keep the videos. That makes you entitled to a 1-card reading. All right. And before we continue right now, we are going to do an animal spirit guide intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. All right, we're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the air dragon. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. And let me just, where'd you go? Oh, thank you, Purr. I love this sweater. It's my cozy sweater. All right. Let me just pin up one moment, please. All right. And again, this is a great time to get on the list if you're looking to get on the list, because you will be well, depending on if Nikki's awake. Oh, Nikki's back. Okay. I was going to say, you might be the second or the third, depending if Nikki's woken up from her nap. All right. All right. Where are we? We're doing a love reading. What's going on here? Yeah, what's going on, Lynn? 4 cards. 2 more. Nope. You can't, you know, yeah, and like, Dude's like, all right, hold on a minute. We got to work through this. I feel like we do. I keep on hearing a really, and it's interesting too, because you've got an ancestor coming through on this. Our job is to not make roller coasters for each other. We're not in the roller coaster business. you know, but you'd be surprised. Like I've got like, I feel like I see some kind of, the one thing I feel, and I keep on seeing like, and I need to stress this, and I feel like it's almost like requiring, I feel like it's requiring, um, like I almost see you having to say to somebody, like having to have a conversation in relationality to another person. And I need to point this out because like there's like a lot coming through and somebody's speaking very quickly upon it. Um, our own feelings in terms of where we are, right? Like ambition is a gift in small doses, which is the space by which we see, like I keep on getting the space by which we articulate upon the fact that we are energetically always in the process of working towards um, like our highest version of self. And the ability to experience that, like working into that space, is often the abilities by which we work to calm our own waters, is what I keep on getting. Right? Because we don't like it's like we don't get overly, we don't, because often, and I keep on getting the same thing, when we don't feel that we're energetically where we aspire to be, but then we take it out on everybody around us, we are usually articulating exactly the reason where we find ourselves where we are, is all I keep on hearing. Right? Like the ability to, I keep on hearing like the ability to energetically improve is not improve, like raging against the fact that one like isn't improving, like isn't this, it's like it creates, it's like spinning one's own wheels, is what I keep on seeing. Relationship, like relationship never gets in the way of where we aspire to be. But when somebody's projecting, right? Like when somebody's projecting, they'll often say things like, if it weren't for you, I would be here, right? Like nothing is more toxic. There is nothing more toxic than to effectively try to project the fact that the space by which we are not where we aspire to be is due to another person. That is literally, like that is literally the energy that is looking for a reason instead of recognizing what is energetically precious. Because often energy that's in that space, like what is the point of succeeding if you don't have healthy energy around you? Right? This is often why we see like those on pathwork of ambition, like it's really like when we talk about the identification point of saying it's lonely, it doesn't have to be lonely, right? But if it's all you care about, then it will be, because you're basically articulating that that's your prioritization point. And then you get mad about the fact that others, like you just see everything not in the ability to kind of enjoy, right? Not in the ability of effectively enjoying the space that we energetically create for one another, but more of the space by which we feel frustrated upon what we find there. And I feel like I see you healing in a big way from some kind of situation or circumstance of that nature. And I keep on hearing you are a treasure. You are not standing in the way of another person's ambition. You are a treasure. And when we treasure each other, we don't speak to each other like that. We don't make each other feel like that. We don't get energetically, we get energetically, I keep on hearing like we might get frustrated about things, right? But we don't, but I keep on hearing we get frustrated, but we don't take it out on each other. And I think that there's something really important about that. And I keep on seeing if somebody, and this is why I've got somebody in spirit saying this, like if somebody is making you feel like, don't let somebody put their, like, don't let somebody from the past put their own lack of effort on you in relationality to where they find themselves. Because I keep on seeing, I feel like I just keep on seeing situations where you have been an energetic gift in many, many, many people's experience. Like that observational point, working, I keep on getting working through something in such a way, like something about your own sense of energetic patience. But I keep on seeing, like, I feel like it's also like the space by which you're navigating love right now with a sense, like with a sense of proportionality. And I keep on seeing something about that sense of proportionality is effectively like helping to recognize and articulate upon what it is that you're looking to have with someone. And I keep on hearing, make sure that it's the first conversation you're having with someone, not the last. If something about you talking to another person about what your manifestation goals in partnership are, and it's not, I keep wondering, it's not enough to say to them, do you want a relationship? No two relationships are alike. Don't let somebody leave it and be like, yeah, I want a relationship. What kind of relationship? Go into detail. Please explain to me what your ideal relationship is. And if somebody starts to perseverate there, or someone starts to get angry, or someone says that you're too focused on a relationship, that's usually the sign that they're not mature enough to be able to be in one. Because when we're mature enough to be in a relationship, we love talking about the type of relationship that we want to have. We're able to go into detail about it. We don't build into the anxiety point of being able to speak towards it. So I feel like, again, don't let somebody, I don't know why, I keep on hearing somebody who's got you in some kind of like prolonged talking stage, right? Like, and I keep on hearing this, like the space by which like a relationship, like a prolonged talking stage or something in relationality to this, somebody who's like, well, I keep on hearing like I feel like somebody, like I don't know why I keep on hearing somebody like, I have to be careful. I've been hurt before. Everybody's careful. We've all been hurt before. That our pain is not exceptional, is what I keep on getting, right? But often, so I keep on hearing, don't let somebody build an emotional connection with you. And then when you say like what, like the minute that you say like what's happening between us, and them saying like I have to be careful, are they being careful with you, right? Are they being careful with you? Is what I keep on saying, because I keep on hearing um like energy, like I don't know why I keep on hearing these. I don't know why I keep on hearing I have to be careful. Like I keep on I just keep on hearing everybody has to be careful. And the ability to understand, like careful does not erase clarity, is what I keep on hearing. Careful does not erase clarity, which is the space by which we always know what we mean to each other. We set that expectation from the beginning. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially like I don't know why I keep on seeing this. Like don't let somebody create an emotional connection to you that never comes into tangibility. You're not someone's therapist, but you'd be surprised, right? This is what we talk about with complicated emotional relationships, right? Like somebody does not get all of the joys. Like someone does not get all of the joys of being in relationship with you without any of the tangible work to be able to sustain one. But there are those like, there'll be those that talk about the viability of an energetic connection in relationality to, and I keep on hearing like, even in those modalities, that's what's called a friendship, right? The space by which it feels good to talk about to each other, but not building into the space by which something evolves. That is what we talk about. That is literally what friendship is. So don't let somebody create the space by which they're clearly having a friendship with you, but they're leaving a question mark in relationality to where it goes. Healthy, healthy relationship speaks specifically in regard to what we can realistically expect from one another. And I keep on seeing, like, make sure that you and another person are on the same page in relationality to what that manifestation goal is. Like, I keep on hearing, it shouldn't be a question mark. It should be a conversation. It shouldn't be hanging in the air between you and them. It should be something that is just effectively clear and sustained throughout. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Lindsay. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Yep, one moment. Yeah, did you see? No, I saw the same thing, Per. No, I agree. Yeah. Oh, Nikki. I'm alive. I love that. All right, let's continue right now. Hold on a moment. All right, where were we? Yes. All right. And one moment, please. Hi there, Mrs. How are you doing today, Marilyn and Dominica? Thank you so much. I appreciate that more than you know. I feel like it's really, I keep on hearing, especially especially if you're working on healing from something. Like, I keep on hearing, especially if there's history between you and this person. Make sure that there's absolute clarity in terms of what's happening. And if someone's perseverating, like if someone is perseverating and telling you what that is, let that be your answer, right? Like, I keep on hearing, you don't need time to assess what it is that you want in relationship. When you move towards intentional partnership, you want the same things, is what I keep on seeing. So I keep on hearing, like, and I keep on hearing, we like if we need time, we're able to say, I need a week, right? It's the observation of what is actual. Like, we don't keep someone perpetually in a state of anticipation or perpetually in a state of waiting. Thank you, dear. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list today is Nikki. Nikki, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the second person read for. It's a lovely time to get on the list. You'll be the next person we read for today. How are you doing, dear? We're also at 33K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. Hi, Nikki. Welcome, dear. Are we doing a general, or do you have a specific question? And for anybody who's looking to join us today, you'll be the next person read for if you get on the list. We are doing here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic, dream interpretation, past life, mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, akashic, and mind, body, spirit. Okay. Well, we can, yeah. Well, which one are you feeling more inclined for right now? I don't have a coin. Yep. I mean, usually when that happens, they're going to end up integrating anyway, but is there a preference over one or the other? All right, perfect. All right, one moment. And before we continue, let's do a mind, body, spirit. No, let's do an animal intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the blackbird. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. How are you doing today, Intuitive? Thank you for the follow. I want all the readings. I like it. And as I mentioned, it's a great time to get on the list if you want to get on the list today. You'll be the second person read for. Okay. And let me just pin up Nikki. Guys, make sure to give Nikki some love. 4 cards. Let's see here. Whoop. Yeah. So I'm basically, how do I describe this? I feel like the thing that's really hard that I see that you're navigating right now, you can't stay in one modality, which is like I need to point this out. Like sometimes we go through periods where we just have to kind of like be able to effectively identify and articulate in relationality to like what it is that we're working through. And the thing about it is I feel like this is the thing I'm seeing here that feels so potentially frustrating is I see like, and it has more to do with what I saw in relationality to somebody trying to effectively like someone trying to effectively um someone trying to acute you is somebody that articulates the fact that you're not seeing something correctly. Is what I keep on getting. And I feel like it's really hard because like the thing I keep on getting here in relationality to I keep on hearing in relationality to somebody like energetically acuting another person is often I keep on hearing when someone's trying to acute another person, they try to articulate that another person can't see something correctly. And it's often, and that's the thing, we do that with child energy, right? And so the hard part about you kind of having to work through something is being able to tell somebody, like, my vision is just fine, is what I keep on saying. Like, in your ability to effectively articulate or identify, and I keep on hearing not like the ability to identify that the clarity of upon how you experience something or what you energetically see is what I keep on saying. That observation by which you articulate to another person that their experience is not yours is what I keep on getting. Because I keep on feeling that there's something really important and fundamental there. And I keep on getting that the thing that's important and fundamental is having to navigate what it feels like to be cared for. And I keep on getting like, and this is what I mean, like, I see a circumstance or situation by which another person, like I keep on getting this, and it's interesting too because like, and it's interesting that you articulated upon the angelic, like the angelic message here, because like I try to read for you on an angelic, and like somebody, like somebody is effectively like getting like the space by which um like it's almost like I keep on getting like somebody apologizing for being overprotective is what I keep on getting, because I see this experience by which you're working towards I feel like it's the space by which you now have to articulate to another person that you are perfectly capable of being able to energetically discern things. And I keep on seeing that, and I like to point this out, and I've got like, yeah, hold on, I gotta write this down. The energy that I'm picking up that's related to this is often the energy that comes towards us to understand that sometimes things are just good, is what I keep on getting. Sometimes things are just good. You don't need to always look under the hood, is what I keep on getting. It's the space. It's like I keep on like that's like literally the energetic, like that's the angelic energy connected to something, which is the modality of understanding that anxiety, like anxiety is its own, like anxiety is its own illness, is what I keep on seeing, because it's the modality by which we get ourselves like all twisted up into knots, that like it's like everything was fine until somebody got energetically anxious about something, and then it's like the anxiety, everybody starts trying to navigate the anxiety of another person, and another person sees the fact that they're being handled with delicacy, and what does that do? It raises the anxiety, and now another person is like, I'm like like it's like they're talking about the bubbling up of anxiety, and how like once anxiety starts, it's like it's very hard to tamper down energetic anxiety, and it spreads very quickly, because then like what does the anxious person do? Like, well, I was just anxious about it. You want some anxiety? Would you like some of my anxiety? Like, you know what I mean? Like now everybody has anxiety because nobody had anxiety before, but then somebody brought some anxiety in, and now everybody's got a case of the anxiety. And so the space by which you kind of have to tamp down anxiety, right? Like literally this, like that's what this angelic does. They're like, they show up, they're like, chill out. This is why we can't have nice things, because you can't have nice things when you keep on taking excitement and having anxiety about things, is what I keep on seeing, you know? Like it's almost like I keep on getting, it's like it's working through the energy. Like every time I'm reading on this angelic, it's like the joke of like, it's like when you go to somebody and you're like we can have a pizza party unless you all start screaming about it, and then we can't have a pizza party. Like it's like the space by which we have to navigate things energetically proportional to like how what what we're able to do, right? And I feel like that is effectively the type of energy that you have to bring to situations, which is not, it's like helping another like you're embodying that, which is telling another person like it's okay, like helping another person navigate their own anxiety is often the space by which you say it's really like it's okay. Like you immediately just, and I keep on hearing the balm for anxiety is just meeting it with calm, right? The balm for anxiety is just meeting it with calm. I feel like that is your affirmation right now. I feel like you have to write that down. The balm for anxiety is meeting it with calm, which is saying it's really like there's nothing to be energetically anxious about, right? It's okay. And I think that there's something about that that feels really like I feel like there's something about that that feels really difficult because I feel like I see a lot of situations. There's like a lot of anxiety around you, which is why I feel like that particular angelic is coming towards you because it's saying to me like it's and I will note it like you'll probably like I feel like often when that angelic's beside someone, it's a space by which they say to them like why like why aren't you like why aren't you more stressed about something and being like I'm not stressed because I know it's energetically important, right? It's like it helps you to discern what is the anxiety that is necessary, right? Like the anxiety by which we feel anxious about something because it's a cause for concern versus navigating another's anxiety like because they just have issues carrying anxiety is what I keep on seeing. Um, Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah. um, I think it's also like the message is coming through is, and this is why like we look to the future where everything is fixed, but we don't fix futures. We don't fix others' futures in our mindset, is what I keep on getting, right? The difference between looking at someone and feeling like a fixed future, which is like the conversation, like I keep on hearing like the disappointing conversation of another person saying, this is not the future I had intended for you. And being like, well, I'm sorry, I'm defying your expectations. Right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, often the space by which another person articulates like this is not what I expected or intended, but you being able to be like yeah because I'm defying like I'm defying the energetic limitation point on what you energetically expect. Like I'm sorry I'm defying like I feel like I've got like somebody being like I'm sorry I'm defy like when you like don't define each other's expectations, we work to defy them, but I keep wondering we don't work to defy them in defiance, right? Often when we're excelling, the only way we energetically excel is often the space by which we defy others' expectations of us. And so often it stinks because like I keep on hearing like it's funny because like the guide is talking about the fact that like often in the space of doing that, you're doing it in the energy of others saying stop doing that, right? Can you just lower your like can you just lower your expectations? I feel like there's some of that energy there. And I feel like I can see it. Like I feel like the amplification of somebody talking about you being like, I don't really know what's going on with them. That's a good thing, right? I don't know what's going on with them can often be like they're experiencing something that I haven't like, you know what I mean? Like it's sometimes that it's like I said, like the ability of another person like moving away from our own charted territory. I keep on hearing like that can sometimes feel like it's like how like when we work towards like when we are building into the context of caring about each other, like that's how we grow, right? We understand that uncharted territory is the sign of energetic expansion. And so I feel like there's a lot of that work that I see in relationality to you kind of having to do something in that way. And I can see like the vibration of anxiety, like I feel like there's a lot of that anxiety around you in some way, shape, or form in relationality to like what your direction is. And I keep on hearing if there's anxiety, if there's anxiety on direction, the best way to quell anxiety on direction is to tell someone like everything is going according like everything isn't like there's a direction, right? Like you being like this is my direction. This is what I'm doing, right? Like helping another person. I keep wondering don't get in an argument with someone in relationality to where you're going. Help them see that aspiration. Talk towards what it is that you're creating for yourself. Because everything I keep on seeing, like I do feel like you're kind of going through that modality right now where you're trying to effectively energetically fix your position. But I keep on hearing that you know, that ability, I keep on hearing like that ability to, um, like I keep on getting like that ability for you to articulate to another person like what that is. I almost feel like this is a lot of that energy that I see that you're navigating right now in terms of helping. I keep on hearing like I keep on hearing you saying to somebody like you're not like running in a circle. Like I keep on hearing like you're not running in a circle. You're stretching your legs. Is what I keep on seeing. You know, like that ability of saying like, look, this is you like kind of building into a pathwork of preparation and saying like this is like this is where I'm aspiring to go right now. So I keep on getting like make sure, like I keep on getting like make sure that you're having, I feel like make sure that you're having those conversations. And every time someone starts talking to you about feeling concern, like build it, don't get in an argument about the fact that they have it. Create that bomb of certainty. Like bring the bomb of certainty, be like, this is what I intend to do. Right? This is what my next step is what I keep on seeing. Thank you. And again, if you want, I can give you the information on that angelic. If you want to message me, I'll give you that name. If this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You'll be the next person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Big Simlayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. All right. Yes, hold on a minute. And again, we are at 38.4K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're topping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. Is Yaz here? Hold on a minute. Yeah, one moment, please. Hi, David. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Can we just flip that Ace of Cups? Can we just flip that Ace of Cups around real quick? But I feel like there's something important. It doesn't need to be flipped. You know? Yeah. Yeah, I despise that. Tell them you're a grown up. Exactly. Yeah, but that's what I see. Like, again, being able to quell the anxiety with a plan, right? Yeah, I am entirely capable. I'm taking time to choose. Exactly. Yeah, I'm in the least anxious person. Yeah, and that's what I meant. Like, that's why I feel like the angelic is helping you with that. Is what I keep on seeing. Yep. I know that's why, because I keep on hearing they're saying to me they've got like they're like I keep on like that's what that angelic helps with is like, like they're like not really a big deal. I love it's not a big deal. Yeah, it's NBD. Yeah, exactly. It's NBD. Exactly. My therapist told me I need to be stronger. Yeah. I'm not cool. I have my own path. Yeah. I'm just on the preparation for sure. I went through a really traumatic experience, and so you're just stretching your legs. Exactly. Yeah, I'm very curious about the next step. Excellent. Yeah, absolutely. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person, yeah, I saw her for a minute too. I wasn't sure if she was getting on the list or not. All right, I'm going to step away and then we're going to get started on 1 card readings for subscribers, unless you want to get on the list right now. If you get on the list right now, you'll be the next person read for. So I'll be right back and then we'll get into 1 card. So just hang tight for a moment. Okay. All right, where were we? Okay. Yeah, is Yaz back? Yaz is back. Hello, Yaz. Welcome. Can you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anybody else would like to get on the list right now, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You'll be the next person read for. I was summoned. She sent me a message. I'm doing my due diligence. I'm not summoning anybody. Yep. Excellent. How are you doing? Exactly. All right. And speaking of 50K, like when we get to 50K, I will be summoning a free reading for the collective. So if you'd like to keep on tapping that screen, we'll get to 50K in no time. So, yep. Excellent. Excellent. All right. Did you want to do that reading today, dear? Oh, okay. It's okay. No, it's fine. If you want to hold the reading, it's perfectly fine. You let me know what you prefer to do right now. I thought that you were messaging me specifically so that we could do that. Yeah, I apologize if I misunderstood. Yeah, it's fine. Well, okay, so why don't you decide? Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll talk about that. Okay, we can talk about that. So what we'll do right now, okay. So, and thank you, Satine, for the follow. What we can effectively do is you let me know if you want to do that reading today, because I can do one cards right now if you want to write the email, but if not, we can also hold it. So it's entirely up to you, dear. And in the meantime, reminder, if there's anyone on the hold list who would like to be added back to the list, please let me know. I'll be happy to add you back to it. The list is now open. If you'd like to get on the list, you'll be the next person read for. In the meantime, let's get started on one card readings for subscribers. So if you are a subscriber who would like a card pulled, go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a subscriber, just hit up the top. There's my superfan status will make you eligible for a one card. I got you. One card for Minnie. Highest priority for today, please. I feel like there's something important I see in relationality to working through. I keep on getting like, I feel like this is a lot of energy that you're putting right now. Like, I don't know why I see you like fixing something or putting some kind of having some time to put attention into something that you haven't been able to take care of is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, like Queen of like this is saying to me like it feels like polishing energy, you know? Like I feel like I keep on hearing like I don't know why I keep on getting the word polish around something, but I keep on getting like polish as being able to kind of like I feel like this is you kind of like putting some energy back into the self right now, or like giving. I keep on hearing working through something in such a way that I got to point this out. This has actually been coming through a lot right now with this energy. Not being too hard on the self is what I keep on hearing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the eagle energy. Like the thing we see with the eagle energy is, you know, the eagle energy has a lot to do with the energy that we're experiencing in terms of feeling like perception of the self right now can feel really distorted. So make sure that you're not being too hard on yourself, particularly and especially in relationality to how you feel about the self right now, you know? Like I keep on hearing like be mindful of the way you speak to yourself in terms of like, I keep on hearing like I'm working to improve upon something or like articulating to another like what it is that you're trying to do more effectively is all I keep on seeing. I feel like there's something really significant in relationality to you being able to communicate to another person um, like what you're aspiring to change or work on is what I keep on seeing, you know? I don't know why I keep on hearing like you having a conversation with someone about getting off on the wrong foot. I'm not sure where that's coming from either. Where are you? Okay, continuing. Creative. One card on their feelings about you right now. You know, we can sometimes meet the person that we know is energetically for us, but it would require, like, I keep on seeing, like, when we are not in the space by which we're ready, like, we talk a lot about this, like, the readiness to enter a relationship, we can't force another person to be in that space, you know? And I almost see somebody, like, I almost feel like I see somebody that is like, I feel like like, I feel like I keep on, like, it's like they've got, like, I keep on getting, like, they've got, like, cold feet on something, you know? Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like, it's wild, like, I see, like, it's almost giving me, I feel like you're, like, I feel like there's something about the connection that you have with them that, like, they recognize, like, I feel like it's them recognizing that something about the connection that what they, like, they need to change something, you know? Like, if there's a situation where all someone needs to do is prioritize and it's moving you further away from them, like, I feel like it's not, I keep on hearing it's not your responsibility to help another person get their energetic priorities straight. Like, that's the message that's coming through. Yeah, because I keep on getting this. Like, when we don't have our priorities straight, like, when we don't have our priorities straight, like, the best thing that could ever happen to us, like, slips right through our fingers, because it's the opportunity of not feeling like you're not chasing after someone because you know your energetic worth. And often those modalities of someone, like, the mistake, like, I keep on hearing, you've never, like, we like, often energy that's used to getting chased after will say, oh, they're playing hard to get, failing to recognize that people with intention, like, don't play games, is what I keep on seeing. Like, there's no play, I keep on hearing there's no playing hard to get in healthy energy, because there's no game. There's no it's like it's intent, like, there's no intention behind it. It's just recognizing whether another person is as energetically invested as we are. So I feel like it's almost like, I almost feel like it's somebody who's like way like working through something, either regretting how they misconstrued you, or I either keep on saying, either regretting how they energetically misconstrued you, or recognizing and identifying, like seeing something with more, like, I feel like it's like seeing something with more clarity is what I keep on getting. Yep. Good. One card, please, on the energy between you and the person. Oh, you had a deep emotional conversation with. Um, we've got the Page of Wands here. So I feel like there's something about, I feel like it's somebody trying to talk to you about the fact that they, um, like, it feels like somebody who's working through the context of having matured about something, is what I keep on seeing. You know, like, I feel like it's almost, it's giving me some kind of, how do I describe this? Like, it's giving me like some type of energy here of, I want to just, like, I like to point out, sometimes we can, like, when we're building into confidence with each other, it can often be those modalities by which we talk to another person and say, like, am I missing something? You know, like, it feels like somebody, like, working through their own feeling of vulnerability. But I keep on getting that there's something about that vulnerability which is them being able to articulate to you, like, uh, like, I like to point out, like, a healthy relationship is one where another person talks about the fact that they're trying to do something differently. And I keep on getting the difference between the emotions in relationality to another person feeling like they're just divesting themselves of emotions versus being able to articulate the meaning that something has to them. I keep on seeing, like, I feel like it's almost like somebody trying to make you aware of, like, how much that meant to them is what I keep on seeing, you know? Animal spirit guide. Yeah, I feel like it's almost bringing up some unresolved feelings from you. Um, like I feel like it's like, how do I describe this? Like, I almost see, how do I describe what I'm seeing here? Like, it feels a little bit like I almost identify you kind of working in the way of being able to help another person. Um, like, I don't know. Like, is there is this was this a conversation about another person? Is what I keep on seeing. Because that's what it almost feels like. Like, it feels like I feel like there's some kind of vibration there of trying to work through something, but also feeling like that frustration point, um, in terms of, like, how to effectively communicate or articulate, like, what you're feeling about something. Like, I feel like it's almost like it's like I keep on like I feel like there's something very I feel like it's like something that they've wanted to communicate to you for a long time and they're only having the opportunity to tell you now. Nikki, got you. One card on partnership, please. Um, we've got the Page of Cups here. And so I feel like the thing I keep on getting is I feel like you and another person are effectively working on, I keep on hearing, like, working on navigate, like, often the space by which we heal trauma is the ability to identify what is and is not a big deal, right? And I keep on hearing, like, the ability to close the distance between how we feel and how we communicate it is often indicative of how healthy our relationship is. So I feel like, make sure that you're not in the space by which you're harboring things, which means it's not the space by which you don't communicate it. But I feel like you can say, like, look, there are moments that you can communicate to another person and say, like, look, I'm not telling you this because I need you to do something about it. I want you to understand what's going on in my headspace, right? So being able to say to somebody, like, the observation of being like, I'm trying to, like, I just want to, like, I want to work something through to you. I want to work something through with you, not I'm articulating something for you to have to do something about. Yeah, like, especially with the bottom of the deck, right? Sometimes I keep on hearing, like, working through the context of unknowing, you know? Like, working through the context of unknowing is almost the observation or the experience by which we try to articulate upon, like, how we ourselves are trying to do something. So I feel like the ability for you to say to one another, like, I want to talk something out with you, but I don't necessarily need you to do something about it. I just need to, like, I need to hear myself think through it. I don't know why it feels like that's coming through really important. Animal spirit guide, yeah, with Blackbird, right? I feel like it's you saying to another person, can I talk something through with you? Which is almost like the space of being like, I just need a sounding board, right? I just need somewhere that I can kind of get my feelings out. I'm not giving this to you to have to do something with. Yeah, Ella, one card, highest priority. Okay, one card, please. We got two cards coming out. I've got the Six of Cups in its reversal with the Temperance card in its reversal. So I feel like I see something there very energetically important, um, in relationality to, um, like, communicating upon. I keep on hearing, like, communicating upon or observing, um, like I keep on hearing, like, getting ahead of the self to be able to recognize, like, what's going on is what I keep on seeing. Like, I feel like this is you kind of getting, Like, I feel like it's almost you, like, having to break the ice, you know? Like, if you're not seeing it, be like, be the person that breaks the ice on it. Be like, what are we doing? Is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the otter energy, like not feeling the anxiety of having to wait for the last minute, but being able to observe like what is energetically happening is what I keep on seeing, you know? Like I feel like it's almost you having to say to another like almost the observation of you saying to another person, like, having enough time to like make plans is what I keep on seeing. Yep. One card of angelic guidance for Avatar, please. Um, I feel like I feel like I see somebody trying to help you not feel so hard upon yourself right now. I keep on getting I feel like there's something around how do I describe this? Like there's something here that feels like it's telling me that I kind of uh I want to it's interesting because I feel like it's almost you don't like it's saying like don't be so hard like I want you you're never off your path is what I keep on hearing, right? Like I keep on hearing like the space by which you understand and identify like everything we do is all we can energetically do. So if you're doing everything you can, don't be upset. Like understand like that's the sound of you doing like you being like you working tirelessly towards things. And I keep on hearing energy that sees you working tirelessly will appreciate you. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the magician energy. Like I keep on hearing like recognize the difference between energy seeing you working tirelessly versus the energy that works towards like versus the energy that makes you feel like you should be working like harder on things. I keep on seeing like the degree that we bring to situations or circumstances is proportional in terms of how we are perceived. And I keep on hearing don't allow yourself to be like don't allow yourself to be in a room where you're doing everything you can and another person is like trying to project upon the fact that they feel like you should be doing more is what I keep on getting. Animal spirit guide. Thank you for that. Good. Yeah, especially the bee, right? Like the ability, the blessed ability to be perceived is the ability to be energetically appreciated for the work, like for what it is that you're trying to do and the way that you're trying to do it. It's not the energy that we demand upon often the energy that we demand, like the energy that demands upon us, often shows the conditions by which, like, it's like often, like, I feel like this is you kind of moving away from lack mentality and understanding that lack mentality isn't often the space by which we feel the energetic lack, but the space by which another person is like overly demanding upon us in such a way that they're not energetically appreciative of us. So I feel like there's a lot of that work that I see that you're potentially facilitating there in terms of like I keep on hearing like returning that love back to yourself. Yeah, those were some cool cards. Hi there, B. Welcome. Oh, we got to 50K. Wonderful. Absolutely. All right, we're going to do the 50K giveaway right now. And thank you, Ivana, for that gift. I am thinking before we can, whoever wins the 50K will be on the list for a reading when we are back on tomorrow. If you would like to, I'm going to think of a number, and if you'd like to get on the list for today, you will be the next person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, being Samailio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Oh, Julia, I apologize. Before we get started on it, let me do yours because I know a bunch of numbers are going to pop up. Just bear with me a moment, dear. Okay. You're welcome, dear. Julia, I can't see your question. Where'd it go? Yeah, I think it's getting filtered, dear. So we'll do the 50K in a moment. I just want to see, do you want to try rephrasing it? All right. So I still, oh, one card. Okay, I got you. Yep. I mean, this feels, I think that I feel like there's something about this that feels really important to you, is what I keep on seeing. You know? And I think that it says, I don't know why, but I feel like there's something in relationality to it. Um, I feel like there's something I'm seeing in relationality to that that I feel like it's, I don't know why, but it feels like, is there adaptability in relationality to what you do versus what they, like, it feels really, I keep on hearing like the adaptability is key, like being able to effectively recognize and identify. Like I feel like it feels like, I feel like it's something like, it feels something very close to your heart space is what I keep on getting. You know, like I almost feel like I see something there by which, like, it feels like it's an energetic alignment to you in a way that helps you like build into some kind of pathwork that feels like, I want to describe it like not something immediate, but building into, like, I keep on hearing like the feelers and towards like terms of something that could grow into something with time, because I keep on hearing like animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the blackbird. Do they navigate something that you've got a lot of experience in? You know, like I see, like I feel like this is you, like almost helping a past version of self. You know, like that's what I mean. Like it almost feels like, I almost feel like it's got some kind of shepherd energy there, because I feel like it's almost like the space by which you're helping somebody in a modality by which you yourself needed something is what I keep on getting. Hi there, Esteban. How are you doing? No problem. Well, again, so we can't. So yeah, it's just to be clear, I can't move. I can't move a one reading into a private, because the private readings are longer and they're more intense. So anything like there's you can't we can't take a one reading here and turn it into a private. If you want to send me the difference, like if you want to send me the difference in the amount, I'm happy to do that so we can talk about that offline. I hope that that makes sense. Yeah, I'd be in person. Oh, thank you for confirmation. Thank you, Julia. Yep, I can see that. Absolutely. Understood. Esteban, one card, please. Highest priority. We've got the chariot energy. So I feel like there's something important I see you doing right now in relationality to, um, I feel like this is you kind of like building into the context of like, like I keep on hearing the plan is what I keep on hearing. But I keep on getting like the plan, but like the plan I keep on seeing is you like articulating to another what your plans are, is what I keep on seeing, you know? Like I feel like it's almost like you saying like I'm trying to give you like buy-in in terms of like the opportunity by which I see you moving towards something. So I feel like, you know, I almost feel like there's something like I feel like this is one of those moments by which you're putting your feelers out to see if this is a situation by which you can remain in, because it's working towards the space by which you're identifying like how you yourself are working to like grow upon something. Yeah, the Fool energy, you know? I keep on getting like I keep on getting the space by which we energetically observe. Um, I almost feel like there's you're going. I know this is gonna sound a little strange, but you're going through a maturation process professionally right now. And the thing is, when you go through a maturation process professionally, it can sometimes create those feelings, which is saying like I'm old enough to like I can navigate this on my own. I don't necessarily need to be supervised. And I feel like that's the conversation that you need to have with someone, which is like I feel like it's like you having to like try to like energetically mature in a relationship that's a profession, which is say like I think I'm professionally ready to be able to like take this work and do it more effectively in a way that is uniquely your own, is what I keep on getting. You know, like this is you putting your signature on things. All right. And thank you so much for getting on the list, Julia. Okay, we can definitely we can take that conversation online, dear, offline. Bridget, one card, highest priority, please. I feel like I see something here in, how do I describe this? Um, I feel like there's something in relationality to you being able to articulate and identify um, like how you feel about something, you know? Like I feel like this is you kind of getting getting something straight to another person. Yeah, especially with like the strength card, bottom of the deck, you know? Like almost somebody being like, why didn't you tell me that before? And you being like, because you weren't energetically ready to hear it, you know? Like I feel like it's like I feel like this is you like this is you kind of getting something off your chest. But I keep on hearing like the difference between getting something, oh yeah. Yeah, especially with the hawk energy, right? I feel like this is you utilizing your discernment in terms of what feels. Like I keep on hearing the gift of having a hard conversation with someone in terms of saying like, I hope you have the clarity to understand I'm trying to help you, versus the space of another person projecting and not taking it the right way. You know? And I keep on seeing the way you can usually tell like this, the sound of someone caring about you is saying like, listen, I'm trying to show you how another person perceives something. You know what I mean? Like it's like the sometimes the way we care for each other is giving each other giving each other the clarity on another person's perspective. So I feel like make sure, like I keep wondering, don't talk to someone about someone. Give them their perspective is what I keep on seeing. You know, like help them see something with more clarity. Yeah. You're so welcome, Esteban. No problem, Yaz. I didn't see the question come through, Yaz. I'm looking for it now. I apologize if I missed it. I don't think I saw it come through. I'm looking for it now. Yep. All right. We're going to continue. I'm going to continue wait for Yaz's question. And while we wait, the next person on the list for today is Julia. Julia, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Ooh, got cards flying out. Oh, we have to do the 50K. I forgot. Thank you for reminding me, guys. At least I'm consistent. Okay. All right, hold on a minute. Thank you, Julia. Excellent. I know, I wish it was that. That's not that's a different 50K. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, as I see it, hold on. Before we do the 50K, one card on how they feel about you currently. I feel like I feel like they don't think that you're seeing eye to eye, you know? Ooh. Um, and I feel like I feel like there's somebody like somebody is working through like I did they try to put the doubt in you? You know? Did they try to put the doubt in you on something? Animal spirit guide. Yeah, like the stag energy. Like the thing I keep on like we we don't try to put the doubt in things we care about is what I keep on seeing. Right? It's the I feel like it's almost somebody recognizing that the doubt they were trying to put towards you had more to do with their energetic, with their own, like their own insecurity about something, you know? So I feel like I almost see somebody kind of working through, like, working, like, I feel like I see somebody kind of like working through something there is what I keep on getting, you know? Like, I just keep, like, I keep on, like I just keep on hearing we don't put the doubt in things. You know, like often when we put the doubt in things, like we're talking, our doubts are our own, you know? Like we work towards like helping, like I keep on seeing like we work towards fixing in terms of that. So I feel like it's almost somebody like noticing or exploring where that tendency came from, right? Thank you. Ava, I didn't see your question come through either, dear. I'm not trying to skip anybody. I think some comments are being filtered today. Oh, I see it there. Hold on. One card on or the person, one card on the, but your question did come through weird on the person. Okay. I feel like I keep on getting that there's some kind of chirality that's happening there. It feels, I keep on getting that there's something in relationality to that energetic connection. Like and it's I keep on hearing it's tangential, which is potentially I keep on seeing like the feeling of like the space by feeling energetically connected to someone, specifically because I keep on hearing specifically because they're reminding you of someone from a past life is what I kept on getting. And it's interesting because I keep on getting it's not them. It's not that it's them, but I keep on hearing like it's bearing some kind of striking familiarity. Like I keep on hearing on an energetic level is what I keep on seeing. You know, like I keep on it's interesting because and I know that you mentioned the fact that you didn't want I know that you mentioned that you didn't want something connected to past life, but it's very hard for me to read for you right now with that without that coming up, given where you are is what I keep on seeing. It's very hard for because everything is energetically connected to it right now. Is what I is so I hope that helps. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. No, I definitely see that. Really? That's wild, Julie. I'd be happy to read for that. It's always interesting when we see numbers in dreams. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person, before we continue, Julia is the next person on the list. If anybody else wants to get on the list, you will be the second person read for. We're also going to be doing our 50K giveaway right now. I am thinking of a number right now between 1 and 30, 1 and 36. First person I see the post number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. No, 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 no. Yes, congratulations. You're on roll right now. You got it yesterday. That's wild. Look at Yaz. Holy moly. Look at that. Excellent. Yeah, that was well, yeah, got a second time. All right. Uh, all right, we're gonna continue right now. The next person, the next person on the list right now is Julia. So Julia, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And while we wait, we're going to do an intuition check. So I've got the animal intuition cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the hawk. Thank you guys. We'll do that again after the next reading. Okay. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the second person read for. Okay, and again, I've got Julia's question here. Is it possible to, okay. So one thing we'll point out with readings is we never put our autonomy in the cards. So we never look to the cards to make determinations for us. But can we draw some cards? And you already had one card come out on that, which is like how to navigate the question. Can I please get, it's interesting too because it's feeling very much like an angelic read. Can I get 3 more cards? And 1 more. So if you're going to do both, you have to carve your own path on it, is what I keep on seeing. Like there's definitely, I keep on hearing, like there's definitely a way you can do both, but you're going to have to carve the path on it. It's not something that exists, but it's something that you have to create, is what I keep on getting. Because I see like everything, I feel like there's something really important. I keep on seeing too. In relationality to navigate, I keep wondering, in relationality to navigating. I keep on seeing like the thing I keep on getting is a conversation in relationality to like navigating or recognizing like identifying the difference between what the best way that you can help to something is what I keep on getting. And it's interesting because, and that's why I meant that there's an angelic that's kind of near you, kind of helping you facilitate upon that question. Because I see the fact that there's the way you have to address the question is how you are, not what you do, but how you are in best service to something that is energetically important to you, is what I keep on hearing. How the question is not what you do. I feel like you have to write this down because the shape of this question is going to help you determine direction. How are you in best service to something that is energetically important to you? And I keep on seeing that is a question that no one else can answer but you. And I keep on hearing the space by which you recognize or identify. And I keep on hearing it's a hard decision because often, I keep on hearing, often the direction that is energetically best is the direction by which you identify the space by which you're able to do something in a way across the context of time. So there's something about the observation in recognizing both that question, but also in observation to one's own energetic timeline. Because a lot of the energy, like a lot of the energy that I'm particularly picking up around you right now, one of the challenges that I see is working through, like he said, the feeling of being pulled in two separate directions. Your ability to identify that the like that in itself is the energetic illusion, but rather the ability to effectively harmonize between those points, being able to identify something that you're doing that allows you to be in best service to something that you energetically care about, like the identification point in terms of what that looks like, right? Like the way that you identify and articulate what that looks like. I feel like that's what I meant in terms of you kind of doing a little bit of that work to kind of carve a path for yourself. Because um, I keep on seeing, and I feel like it also is related to your inner child healing, because I keep on seeing, ask your inner child, like ask your inner child what would have been in best service to them at the time that they energetically needed something. Because I feel like there's something really important in relationality to the, like I keep wondering, the conversation isn't even between the self. I feel like it's really a conversation between the inner child and the higher self, right? Because I keep on seeing like your inner child, I almost have like your inner child saying like help me, and your higher self being like I got you. But I keep on hearing like the space by which you're saying I got you is the space by which you're saying I know exactly who I need to become to be of best service to you. I know who I need to energetically aspire to be. And so I keep on seeing that a lot of that work, like this is you kind of work, and I feel like it's hard because I keep on seeing like it feels like it's not, I keep on hearing it's not the question of what you do. The answer to that question is who you aspire to be, right? Like and I want you to kind of work towards the conversation of the inner child, like the, if your inner child met who you aspire to be, what would have worked, like what would have facilitated like that. I keep on hearing what would have been that space that would have kind of allowed for that made something energetically easier for you, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like it's actually a meditation point. And the thing about it is like I would say almost like meditate on it. And like if you see something there that you don't necessarily recognize, like that in itself is going to potentially help you with the path work, is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, especially with the Knight of Swords in its reversal. Um, I keep on like I feel like there's something about navigating energetic. I keep on hearing like there's something about navigating energetic proportionality. And that's what I said. Like I want you to make sure. I keep on hearing like I want you to make sure that I just keep on hearing connecting to your higher self will tell you everything you need to know in relationality to what that direction is. Like having those meditations and hearing what the higher self like hearing how the higher self is working in service of the present self is going to tell you everything you need to know to effectively determine how best to energetically navigate that. Because I see the fact, like I keep on hearing like like I feel on hearing the space by which I see somebody like in that capacity articulating to another, like what that journey is. And I keep on seeing that the ability for you, I keep wondering, like, the ability for you to have the conversation with the higher self. I just keep on hearing the same message. It's not what you do, it's who you are, right? And so the ability to kind of connect to the higher self and say, what are you doing? Like, what does that look like? I keep on seeing that it's going to kind of give you the shape in terms of how the higher self merged. Like, I keep wondering, like, how the higher self merged those pathworks, right? Because I, even in the space by which you say, you didn't say to me, can I do both? Right? You said to me, can I do both? And the higher self says everything's possible. It's like you like it's up to you. It's like, and I see you being like, if you want to do both, you got to get to work carving that energetic path to make that energetically possible, is what I keep on seeing. Right? Like, it's like they're like, here you go. Like here, like there's all the stuff you need, right? But it's up to you to be able to kind of like, for like create into come into those spaces by which you're able to recognize and identify what it is. I keep on hearing like what it is that you're energetically trying to do effectively. So I keep on hearing like put your thinking cap on, right? Like that is your call right now, right? That is like, it's not can you, it's will you. How will you? Is what I keep on hearing. Everything's possible, right? Everything's possible. It's just the work of energetically figuring it out. So I feel like that's almost like, you know, but I think that you're very much in a line. Like, I get you understand that, right? And I think you're already feeling that energetic connection to it. So thank you so much for having that reading, Julia. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list is open. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Yep, hold on a minute. I'm sorry. I'm just laughing because I'm seeing all the animal spirit guides, and I see like hair, and I just see Nikki go hate. I know. Julia, yep. hmm And I feel like it's interesting because, like, I feel like that's why the angelic stepped in, because it's like the angelic guidance is saying take it into meditation. Like, how do I do this? How do I do this? Absolutely. And thank you, Romeo, for the follow. And Valerie, thank you for those heart me's. I want to inspire my younger self to see it's possible to move towards her dreams. There you go. Despite, you see, you're already answering the questions, right? Despite her circumstance, there's your manifestation goal. She was always that you just there's the manifestation goal. You just got it, right? You answered the question. Yes, my higher self does not play. Exactly. Yep, write it down. Higher self, exactly. I do my best, dear. Bridget, thank you for getting on the list. If anybody else would like to get on the list right now, you'll be the next person read for. All right. Absolutely. Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay. All right, we're going to continue right now. If you want to get on the list right now, you'll be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. And I'm going to take a moment to the next, while we wait, Bridget, I can definitely do that as long as it does not enter into medical. We can read about it energetically. Okay. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the bear. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right, and I'm going to pin up Bridget here. Okay, guys, make sure to give Bridget some love. Oh, yeah, let's talk about that. Yeah, I can already tell. What was that all about? Who was that all about? Can I get... Mm-hmm. One more. Thank you. I feel like I keep on, it's interesting because I just keep on hearing that you are in a prolonged beta state. And so the thing about it is the, how do, like, it can kind of create, like, it feels like I keep on seeing something about, like, what was that about? Like, it feels like you, like, this is like, uh, I feel like there was something like, were you like in a beta state and found something cosmic there? Is what I keep on getting. Were you like, I feel like I see some kind of situation where you were like in some kind of beta state and there's just like, how do I describe this? Um, the way, the best way I can describe what you are effectively seeing in that state is, um, there's energy, like there's energy that like effectively facilitates, um, like things like occurring is what I keep on getting. And I feel like it's almost like, I feel like in a way I almost see you potentially having connected, um, like I almost see that, I feel like you were connecting with a guide. But like the thing about the guide energy that I'm picking up on is, it's one that is very much about integration, you know. And the thing about it is, like, I can see like it's giving me a lot of this like remember me kind of like, it's giving, but here's the thing about it, like you were seeing them in a healthier state. And I feel like the space by which they were showing you that they were healthy is the space by which I keep on getting, they're like, this is how I used to be, and I can be like that again. Because like, and I keep on feeling like, it almost feels like somebody trying to give you like an energetic pep talk in relationality to not feeling like like you want to throw the towel in on things. Because um it feels like, I almost feel like it's almost like somebody trying to have an argument with you about their capacity to heal. Isn't like, that's the thing that's interesting about it, which is like, I keep on hearing like the thing with this guide, and I can give you the name of this guide. Like, I'm very, very like, I know who the guide is, but like the guide is like, I feel like the guide was trying to say to you, like, "What you think you've given up hope on me? You think that you think I'm a lost cause? Like, like you think like I see someone being like, you doubt my healing ability?" You know what I mean? Like it's like the energy. Like I feel and I think it's interesting because I almost feel like the guide like almost argue like I almost feel like there was an argument there, you know? Like it's giving me a little like there's a little bit of like there's a little bit of how dare you, you know, like that's rude. Like I feel like it's like I feel like I hear somebody being like, "You're giving up so soon." That's rude. Like it's saying like it's like, and I think it's interesting. Um, it's interesting because it has a lot to do with the past life in terms of making decisions like making decisions in relation at like making decisions that they didn't feel like they were energetically involved in is what I keep on like did I get it like I keep on hearing somebody say did I get a say like was I keep on hearing them say did I get a say when you guys made that decision, you know, there's something very big there is what I keep on seeing. um I feel like there's the one thing I keep on picking up on has to do with like and I feel like even in that space by which I see this occurring, like there's something in relationality to you effectively um identifying and recognizing like I feel like it's like if this is how you're picking up on it, like I feel like it's the guide. Like it feels to me like the guide was effectively just reminding you that there's still an energetic connection to you is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like it's that energy that almost articulates that says, I've never given up on you. Like, don't give up on me, is what I keep on seeing. Because I keep on getting that like that ability of like working through, and I think it's interesting because you articulate, I'm not gonna make it medical, but you're talking even in the space of the dream. Like I feel like the space by which you're working upon um like I feel like they were also trying to help you, like heal, like something in relationality to sleep. Because I keep on getting like the space by which I don't know why, like I feel like it's like I feel like that may be some kind of association with what's happening in the dream space. You know, like I keep on seeing that like a fact the space by which you may be feeling uh frustrated with something in the dream space, right? I keep on hearing like the space by which we say um like I feel like it's almost like you like working on the dream space being like I'll deal with it later, and like I almost feel like it's a guide being like no, we're going to deal with it now. It's like, keep on hearing, like let's just have it out. Like I feel like it's almost like you like I feel like the conversation was one that was waiting a long time because I almost feel like the conversation from the guide was like, did you talk to me about that when you made that energetic decision? Right. But I keep on getting that, like, there's something in relationality to that that's helping you feel energetically affirmed in your decisions, is what I keep on seeing. Because I feel like, again, like that's the bottom of the deck that I'm picking up on it. It's like I keep on hearing it's the observation. I keep on getting the observation between you. I keep on hearing like the observation by you. Like I keep on seeing like the observation of you kind of remembering. Like I keep on hearing like almost like you remembering who you are because I see you being like, don't you like I feel like again, like I need to point this out that some guides, like some guides we argue with, because, and I keep on hearing, like, sometimes some guides we argue with in the best way possible, because often the guides that we argue with are helping us find our energetic confidence, is what I keep on seeing. Right? Like, and that's what I keep on seeing. Like the guide actually feels like it was coming through to help you in the modality of facing things. Right? Like I keep on getting that. Like almost like I feel like there's like it says to me like there's something that you experience there that is like helping you. I keep on hearing like helping you feel energetically reaffirmed in relationality to putting your foot down on things is what I keep on seeing. Like there's something about that that I keep on seeing, and I feel like in a way they were trying to help you. They were also trying to help with the study, but I keep on hearing like they were helping with the study on like the astral plane. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Bridget. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, you'll be the second person read for. I've got 2 more spots available today before the list will be closed. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Got it. Yeah, it sounds astral to me. The bear is a sleeper. No, it is, though. Yeah. No, it makes sense that they came up with the hibernation. Yeah. I was able to be aware but traveling at the same time. Yeah, it's astral. Buddha, yep. Yeah, that's what I was picking up. It was very psychedelic. Great. Yeah, I was just trying to nap. The whole time they were trying to prove their case. Yeah, if they were showing up, I wouldn't go. That's probably me yelling like, "Yeah, I could see." Like, I feel like there was some kind of argumentation there. Yeah, what am I getting? Yeah, palm. Yeah, they pumped it. It was more of that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, apparently my napping every time is not normal. Oh, that's wild. Interesting. Yeah, my guide's the reason. No, I don't think it's not the guides. Yeah. Maybe all I had to do was leave alone. Well, it's interesting. I did write down the experience. Excellent. I'll have to, and what's interesting, actually, I'm really glad that I haven't had the opportunity to read it because I'm very curious now to kind of go off the space by which I was able to read for it to compare it to what occurred. So I'm actually really glad that I haven't, that we're doing it in this way. I'd much rather, I always am much rather in the space where I'd rather read clean. So, so I cannot wait to read for it and see what was occurring there. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list is Ava. For those asking for 1 cards, please hold your 1 cards. I'll go ahead and I'm going to take a minute and I'll draw the cards on those who asked the question. 1 card for Denise. Hold on a minute. On the full moon, please. A lot of this 7 of Swords, I feel like there's potentially a lot of things from the past coming back up. Sometimes we recognize things from the past because we're ready. Like we're ready. I feel like often those modalities by which we're able to experience something shows how energetically strong we are. Yeah, especially with the Empress energy. You know, the observation, I keep on getting the observation of being able to see something that you couldn't see before is a blessing, is all I keep on hearing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the cat energy. Even if it brings, I keep on hearing like, even if it brings up rough feelings, is what I keep on seeing. You know, where I keep on getting like working through some kind of like working through something in such a way. Like I keep on like, I feel like it's almost like the energy of being able to hold yourself in a space of like tenderness in terms of feeling the right to be energetically upset about something, you know? Um, but don't let it, like, I keep on hearing, like, don't let it get like, it's giving, like, it's funny too, because I've almost got like an ancestor around it that's giving a shrug. So, like, it's giving me like a little bit of, so what, like, it's giving me a little bit of like, like it's actually interesting because it's funny because whatever this is, I've also got like an ancestor that's like trying to brush it off their shoulder, being like it's almost saying like, don't let it bother you. You're better than that. You know what I mean? Like it's saying to me, like that's you. Like I feel like that is the sound of your healing right now, which is like being able to see something that would have triggered you, and you being like, you know, yep, one card for Ruby on the weekend. I feel like this is you kind of like, I feel like this is you doing something for yourself right now, you know? Like this feels like a little bit of energy, like upon like working through something in a way, but I keep on seeing not like not letting another person's fickleness affect you is what I keep on getting. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. Hangman in its reversal. You know, I keep on hearing like, you know, fickle energy is predictive in terms of like what you can energetically expect. And that's what I keep on seeing. Like I almost feel like you're getting better in terms of recognizing energy kind of coming towards you just for the sake of like trying to get under your skin is what I keep on hearing. You know, animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the horse. You know, it's like I almost like I see you kind of like being unbothered in the best way possible and just kind of like moving through something. But I keep on hearing like you've earned like you've worked through that already. You know, I feel like it's also you like having like a productive conversation with someone about it. Thank you for letting me know where the question was, Ava. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah. You know, it's almost like you, I feel like it's almost you like anticipating another person's, like, be like, I thought of that. I thought of that here. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's a lot of that. Um, all right. I'm going to pull up your question, Ava. And just a reminder, if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Okay. All right, just bear with me a moment. All right, where are we? Just trying to pull up your question, Ava. One moment, please. There it is. Okay. All right. Hi there, Ratata. If you would like to get a reading, all you do is send the donation, and I'll be happy to read for you. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. All right, where are we? You're welcome, dear. All right, is this inside tea or outside tea, Ava? And while we wait, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well done, Ella. Look at you. All right, let's do it. Okay, I would love a reading on the connection with divine counterpart. Two cards in connection in the 5D, two cards connection in the 3D. Ideally, no past life reading. I got you. I'm going to tell you a little bit. Like, I keep on seeing somebody that I've been reading for that's really going through it. And I keep on seeing, I feel like somebody is going through an experience right now where they're feeling shook because I want to describe what I'm seeing. I see somebody who has had some real struggles, is what I keep on seeing. I see somebody who's gone through some really, really deep struggles in relationality to um, finding a stabilization point. And I see somebody that they were energetically close to, that they recognized we're going through the same struggles, is what I keep on seeing. And that's what I meant in relationality to them. Like, and I think I told you, I think we've read for this before, like the observation of somebody having some kind of profound breakthrough where they said, I don't want to end up the way someone else did, is what I keep on seeing. Something happened. I keep on hearing something happened. And I'm actually getting the fact that it feels like an angelic intervention point. Like I see somebody being like, that could have gone way, like that could have been like I see them being like I get, I've got some kind of energy of someone being like a wake up call kind of morning. And it's like, and I keep on getting that, like that ability. And it's interesting, like I said, it was a wake up call kind of morning instead of moment, because I see the fact that it feels like there was somebody that they energetically lost that made them recognize that they needed to change something. And so I see somebody who's been working really foundationally on building into those changes, and it hasn't been easy. And I see the modality or moment with someone else around them who's basically who basically what was going through the same thing, but they continued, right? They continued down the path that another person like recognized that they were on and said, like, I need to make changes. I don't want that to occur. And so I see the modality by which this person is now like in a moment where they're feeling like they're and I keep on hearing, like, remember I said that somebody had a conversation with someone to like pull them out of a headspace, because I see them going through that path work of saying to themselves, like, what could I have done differently? And I keep on hearing the interesting thing that's happening in the 5D is they're actually like they're in communication with their higher self, and the higher self is reminding them how they were when they were deep within something, and saying, you remember how nobody could energetically get through to you, right? Like you remember how like anything that you tried to say, you would run in the other direction. So I literally see a situation where another person, like this, this individual, is effectively communing with their higher self, and the communication that's effectively happening there is the higher self is reminding them of a past version of self to help them feel reaffirmed that there was nothing that they could energetically do in relationality to getting through to another person. But I keep on seeing that this is somebody who does not like they're working through warrior lessons. They're working through the space by which they don't feel like I like this energy. Like this is the type of energy, like when they want something, they don't take no for an answer. I wouldn't be surprised if they've got a lot of like Aries placements, because I often see this with those with like Aries placements or Taurus placements, like somebody who's like really like, I see them almost like I feel like they're like they keep on hearing like they can't alleviate the anger with themselves for feeling like there was something that they energetically could have done differently, even though, and I keep on hearing the higher self keeps on grabbing them and saying, if you can't think, like I keep on hearing the energy going, if you can't think of something that you could have been doing better, then that is not something that is something that the only thing you have to recognize is the fact that you can't, I keep on hearing you can't force somebody to take better care of themselves, is what I keep on hearing. And that's literally like that's the argumentation that they're having right now with their higher self. In relationality to, and I need to stress this, I feel like you meet this person and it's going to feel like you've met someone who's profoundly changed. This is the type of person, like when we say, like the one thing we always recognize is everybody is capable of change. It just requires the ability to acknowledge that change must happen. And I keep on seeing that the ability, I keep on hearing that when you energetically connect to this person, I feel like for some reason you understand. I keep on saying there's something about your journey that you understand the difference. I keep wondering, you understand the difference between somebody never changing and someone going through a life-changing transformation, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like that's something I keep on seeing, you being very, very precious with another person's journey, right? I keep wondering, not energetically judging them. I keep wondering, not being in a judgment space in relationality to what they experienced or endured, but understanding that the ability, I kept hearing like the ability to go through things and then make the intentional choice of choosing, like making, I keep hearing like the intentional choice of making a better choice. I feel like that is the connection that you have, because I keep on seeing, that journey intimately, right? I keep on, and I keep on the same message, which says it's easy to judge. Like it's easy to judge when you haven't been through things. But I almost see the fact that you connect with this person more because you're like like I keep on hearing you say to somebody, they made the intentional choice in relationality to better themselves. And I keep on hearing like their journey, I keep on hearing their journey of coming back from the brink of something is why you come to appreciate them so much. Because I keep on hearing they're like, when they talk, I feel like you've had moments where somebody's talked about the brink to you and you're like, you like, I see you being like, someone being like, I've been on the brink, and you being like, I've got a little bit of this. I've got a little bit of this energy, being like, I know, no stress. Everybody, I keep on hearing, everybody has different brinks, but some brinks are different than other brinks, and I feel like this is like, I feel like that is something that you like. That is something that you deeply connect with this person on, which is, I feel like that there's something about that you have also done so in some capacity, that you've also had to kind of go through those experiences. And so I keep on seeing like it's not the space, like you both will be very, very well attenuated, because I keep on seeing you are not in the space by which you hold each other's past as like you don't hold each other's past as a point of energetic judgment, but you appreciate it as a point of strength in relationality to how much, like how hard someone else had to effectively work, or what it is that they're trying to facilitate, or even like one's own ability of of working through something. Keep on hearing working through something in a way that allows for, I keep wondering, like working through something in a way that allows for something profound and beautiful to occur. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, the Magician in its reversal. You know, I feel like I see some kind of situation or circumstance. I feel like I see you like navigating some kind of situation or circumstance. Like I said, like working through another person, like doubting the self. This is what I keep on getting. Doubting the self can sometimes be a gift, because when we doubt ourselves, we can sometimes become like inscrutable in relationality to the space by which we understand that we're trying to do something as well as we can. And so I feel like I feel like the thing about you and another, like you and this individual, is there'll be nothing inscrutable between you, which is like I feel like there's something really beautiful about that, in terms of, I keep on seeing like you know, I feel like it's this like it's almost like the space by which I feel like there are these modalities by which you both have entered connections where someone has used your doubt against you, right? Where someone's like, oh yeah, like, well, you could use, like, you know what I mean? Like I keep on hearing like someone being like, yeah, well, if it wasn't for me, kind of energy, failing to recognize that often the energy that says if it wasn't for me, being like it's all their fault, is what I keep on hearing, right? Like the energy, like often the energy that tries to articulate, I keep on hearing the energy that says if it wasn't for me, it's usually like, oh, well, we see that we the issue. We see the issue. It's like the energy that tries to articulate that the presence in their life, like the presence in your life, is supposed to be creating some kind of like gravitational force, but really it just feels like like the type of person, like they're the rocks, like, you know, the rocks that you break the waves of the self upon, in relationality to another person, continuing to insist that their presence, like I keep on hearing, there's no stabilizing force in a healthy relationship. So someone that just constantly makes you work more by saying that their presence in your life is a stabilizing force. I keep on hearing like the difference between you and another person is understanding that stability, like stability is not trying to coerce another person that you're a stabilizing force in their life. It's like it's just the fact that you are, like, you don't need to harp on about it. When you ever notice the stabilizing forces are never harping on about the fact that they're a stabilizing force, they're too busy stabilizing, is what I keep on hearing. they're not they're not articulating upon it, you know, they're just doing it. Is what I keep on hearing. So I feel like there's something really important about that, because I feel like there's like you and I keep on hearing you and this person are going to be able to connect on healing from relationships where another person wasn't doing anything, but they were just articulating upon what a stabilizing, like how necessary they were, because they're such a stabilizing force. And I keep on hearing stabilizing forces are seen and they're not heard, which is, I keep on hearing, the stabilizing forces are seen, they're not heard. They don't need to sing to the rafters about the fact that they're there to be energetically stabilizing, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ava. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. The song of the stabilizing force. I will now sing the song of the stabilizing force while not stabilizing anything. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ava. And if this message connects to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. I can think of a, thank you, dear. Oh, well done, Ella. You see, it was worth it. Yes, absolutely. How are you doing today, Sarah? You're welcome, dear. All right, let's continue right now. Final call right now for anyone who would like a full reading. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Being semi-Lio, please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I got you, Sarah. 1 card for the weekend, please. I feel like this feels like restorative. This feels like you getting on top of things. This feels like you being able to relax. Like this feels like this is like relax to the max type of energy, especially with the 6 of Wands and its reversal. You know, I've got some kind of energy here. Like I see you kind of like, I want to describe this. Like this feels like I feel like I see something here by which like I see like I almost see like doing a lot of work in advance so that that way you can kind of energetically relax on something, you know? Like this is it's giving me a little bit of this like checking off the boxes type of energy. Animal spirit guide, please. Yeah, especially with the stag energy. Um, like I don't know if you made plans that you're looking at changing. Like, you know what I mean? Like I almost feel like something like I almost see you like working through something and being energetically relieved on something because I keep on getting like something about you doing something in a way allows you to I keep on hearing like you're like I feel like there's something important about you being able to and I feel like also like I don't know why is there's like some type of argument between you and another person in terms of like having a conversation and telling them to like I almost see you talking to someone about giving something a rest. But I keep on hearing like the rest that you're effectively giving someone like is telling like it's almost like you saying to another person, we've had like this conversation feels familiar. Like we've had this conversation before. So I feel like in a way, like I feel like that's you kind of like building into the space of feeling energetically reaffirmed because I almost see like you observing what feels repetitive in order to like recognize like what feels productive is all I keep on seeing. So I feel like if it like make I keep on hearing like make sure that you're having conversations about like I feel like it's having conversations about honoring your exhaustion, which is like the space by which we articulate when we get exhausted in terms of going through something in the same fashion or having a productive conversation on it is what I keep on seeing. Thank you, Sarah. Hi there, Kiki. How are you doing today? All right, my friends, final call for anyone who is a subscriber who has not had cards pulled today, or if there's anyone who'd like to have a full reading. If you became a super fan today, welcome. I'd like to invite you to our subscriber-only disco channel. You can find it. If you're interested in joining that disco, all you need to do is head over to send me a disco GIF. And when you send the disco GIF, I will send you an invitation to our subscriber only disco. If you are interested in learning more about the trip that we're having in August, message me the word trip and I'll send you information on that tarot retreat. And if you are interested in a discount code for the class program, make sure to message me the word class. Now, if you're a super fan, make sure when you go to the super fan only disco channel, you introduce yourself to the collective. You'll also find in the perks section a special coupon code that is specifically for the super fans. I will be back on tomorrow at our standard time, 7:15 a.m. PST, 10:15 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified as to when I've gone live, head over to my profile. There's a bell there. Activating the bell will turn on notifications. You can also register directly for the event tomorrow. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Thank you as well for being here and being a part of this collective. And a huge thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.